the live streaming, right? Till then, I believe it will take a minute or so. As soon as they start with the live streaming, please mute yourselves. Right, till the time I believe Germany, then followed by Denmark were willing to say something. So you can take that 1 minute and continue. Germany, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. So I had a question for USA, that the global energy crunch is creating pain for the people and they are struggling to fill their tanks and heat their home. So what measures is USA taking to help those people?
I did
Germany,
not understand the question.
just a second. Germany, you gave your second case yesterday, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Now you may answer you.
Can you please repeat your question?
Yes, I had a question for USA, that the global energy crunch is creating pain for the people of USA and they are struggling to fill their tanks and heat their home. So what measures is USA taking to help those people?
Actually, it is not like. Hello, am I audible?
Yes, please
Yes,
continue.
So it is not like people are struggling for it. USA is trying to give the people the alternatives for like the heating of homes is mainly dependent on petroleum in USA. It was, but now it is trying to shift towards the renewable sources like the wind, and by the wind the electricity is generated. It is recent only. USA has started generating electricity with wind and hydropower, and then it is supplying it to the homes. So it is not like they are not at all getting electricity. They are, and we are trying to shift towards the renewable sources.
What I meant, USA
That's
is.
all Germany. Right. Denmark, you have been given chance, so you can speak up in the next one, or you want to go ahead?
I'll speak in the next one.
Right, else you can take 1 minute, because can you people see that live streaming is enabled? Because I can't.
Oh, it does. It's not
No,
visible.
ma'am, it's not.
No, ma'am, it is not started.
Ma'am, I guess the live streaming has not started yet. Denmark, then you can continue as it is.
My question was for.
It has started. It has started. I could see the live streaming going on.
No, ma'am, it's not.
Okay, it's okay. Maybe it is not visible to us, but it has started. So with the delegates now, as you're done with the discussion, we'll start with the formal proceedings of the committee. Right, so greetings, delegates of United Nations Environment Program. We'll be now beginning with the roll calls to the committee. Right, please answer in present and voting, as it is day 2. So you can change your roll call stance from present to present and voting, but you cannot change your roll call stance from present and voting to present. Fine. With this, delegate of Australia,
Present and voting.
delegate of Brazil, okay. Delegate of China,
Present.
Denmark,
Present and voting.
Finland,
Present and voting.
France, delegate of France, do we have you?
Present.
Right. After France, we have delegate of Germany. Germany, do we just a second. France, yesterday you gave your roll call stance as present and voting. So you cannot go from present and voting to present. You can go from present to present and voting. So I'll ask you again. Delegate of France, your roll call stance.
Present and voting.
Delegate of Germany.
Present and voting.
Yeah. Israel.
Present and voting.
Japan.
Present and voting.
Norway.
Present and voting.
Russia.
Present.
United Arab Emirates. Do we have you? United States of America.
President voting.
Right. If there anybody has been missed out, please raise your hand. UAE, I just took your name. Finland, you've been marked.
Okay. I
Yeah. UAE, what is your roll call stance?
Present.
We have 12 delegates in the committee. Simple majority stands to be 7. Fine. With this, we'll be continuing with the general speakers list. Basically, we have 2 speakers that we have on the list for now is Denmark and France. Can the secretariat members please screen share the timer?
You want me to share the Google timer?
Yes, ma'am, of 90 seconds.
All right, 1 second.
Delegate of Denmark, are you good to go?
Yes, ma'am.
You may start as soon as the timer is shared, okay?
Thank you.
Well, I am on my mobile. What do I write actually? Google timer. How much? How many do you want? 1 minute, 30 seconds?
Right, ma'am. Ma'am, there is some technical glitch.
Yeah, 1 minute. Yeah, is the screen visible?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, so can you help me with this? This is it, right? So where do I start?
Ma'am, basically what you can do is you can go to the alarm or the clock section of your phone, and there you can share the time. The
Do you
alarm
do-
app, basically.
Oh, okay, okay, on my alarm. Yeah, that would be better. Timer.
This
Yeah,
timer or stopwatch would work. Stopwatch.
stopwatch. Okay, fine. So let me know when I have to start.
As the delegate starts speaking, you can start it. Right. So, delegate of Denmark, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Denmark has been following multiple policies, and I think the timer disappeared.
It's okay. I'm taking note of it. You may go ahead.
Denmark has been following multiple policies and has clear goals as to what it will be doing regarding the global energy crisis. For starters, it's a member of the EU and it has to adhere to the air quality policies of the European Union. The EU has been harsh with their air quality policies as it is the largest environmental cause of premature death in the nation. Denmark meets the values of almost all the substances present in the air, with just requiring to put extra effort in managing NO2. 36.9% of Denmark's energy is generated from renewable energy sources, and energy efficiency has improved significantly. The projects Denmark is working on not only benefit Denmark in the energy crisis, but also nearby countries part of the EU, making the entire EU at least a little more energy efficient. The projects will be expanded as time goes on and will generate more electricity accessible to even more nations. The Copenhagen project of Denmark, located in Copenhagen, a waste-to-energy power plant and the cleanest one in the world. This project generates enough energy just to waste from power about 1,500 ohms. 1,500 homes. It's designed as a wedge-shaped slope with attractions open for the public, which includes ski slopes along the building's roof, as well as a huge artificial wall climbing on its facade. This would have been one of the least desirable places to visit in the city due to it being a place where garbage goes, but the project has made it in a way that it has attractions which people actually want to visit. The aim was to create a dual use of this building as a power plant as well as a public attraction, and so far it has been fulfilling a lot of its promises. So.
Thank you, Delegate. As you have 10 seconds remaining as this timer started late, so how do you wish to yield?
POIs.
POI. Delegates willing to ask a POI to Denmark. Australia. Okay, Australia, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Delegate of Australia would like to ask a question to delegate of Denmark. That you said you are working on a project. So can you state the name of the project?
First is the Copenhagen project, which is a wedge-shaped building which will generate energy from waste. And the second is an artificial energy island, which will generate energy through hundreds of wind turbines placed strategically to generate energy through wind energy. And it will distribute the energy to several nations through undersea cables.
So can you state the several nations, and so the name of few nations, if you can?
Right now, it's not been built yet, so it's just a plan.
So it's just like a blueprint.
No, the location and the seabed has been decided. The placement of the windmills have been decided, but the distribution of the energy will be decided once it's built. Okay. Because multiple private companies are also contributing to the design, so we can't announce the countries right now.
Yeah, thanks.
Right. Also, Delegate of Australia did not interrupt, but then there's no cross-talking that is allowed. You ask a question, they answer. If you want a follow-up, you need to take permission from the executive board, asking Fleet to follow up. Okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Finland, you also have a question.
Oh, yes, sure.
Yesterday, I mentioned that on day 2, I would not be accommodative of raising hands late. I waited for you guys. So this question won't be entertained. Next time, anybody who wants to ask a question, will raise their hands at first place. Okay. Next up, we have is Delegate of France. France, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for recognition. France mobilized all its capacity to host a conference of parties to the United Nations Framework Agreement on Climate Change, which culminated December 2015 in the first universal agreement on climate change. Amongst the other measures, it adopted the Energy Transition of Green Growth Act, which aims to develop a low-carbon economy with an ambitious objective reducing emissions by 40% by 2030 in relation to the 1990 level. In order to achieve this goal, the government is encouraging development of renewable energy sources and reducing France's nuclear power base. In order to encourage all players to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions since 2014, the polluter pays principle has been applied through the climate energy contribution, a tax on all emissions generated by use. Internationally, France has long been contributed to the work of the Intergovernment Group on Climate Change to raise awareness of the anticipate climate change. It is committed to devote an additional €2 billion a year between the 2020 to fight against the climate change, and €21 billion have been dedicated to development of climate-related projects since 2006. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. As there were around 5 to 6 seconds remaining, how do you wish to yield?
I will yield my time to POI.
Hi. France would yield their time to POI. Okay. I'll just take up one question. Let's see who gets selected. Hold on. This one too. Or we go ahead. Norway, go ahead with the POI.
Okay, ma'am. Sorry. So, like France, you told you have reducing thermal energies, but you are using over 74% of thermal nuclear energies. nuclear or thermal, you can say. But you're attending that you are saying to others that just you do the energy less, but you own are not doing it. What are the steps are you taking to reduce the nuclear power energies you are using?
We are taking the steps of reducing the nuclear energy by we are planning to have an solar panel highway, and delegate of Norway, you have said that we are not reducing nuclear power plants, but we are doing that. By solar plants in the country, and we are more dependent on nuclear power, so we can directly go into the solar powers. We need sufficient amount of electricity.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Everybody lower down your hands. With this, we'll be now opening the floor for motions. Before that, do we have any points on the floor? Seeing none, are there any motions on the floor? Only one? Denmark, Finland, France.
For what is this? Sorry, ma'am.
For
I have a
motion.
network.
Denmark, go ahead with the motion.
The delegate of Denmark would like to suspend the formal debate and move into an moderated caucus on the topic causes of the global energy crisis. Per speaker time being.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Kashish, do I have to start the timer here?
Oh, ma'am. Not
Yeah,
here.
please inform me when
I'll
it
let
is
you
required.
know. Yes.
Shall I stop the share?
Yes, ma'am.
Should I restart?
Yes, please.
The delegate of Denmark wishes to suspend the formal debate and move into a moderated caucus for the topic causes of the global energy crisis. Per speaker time being 90 seconds, total time being 20 minutes.
It is a moderated caucus, right?
Correct.
90-18.
Yes, ma'am.
Delegate of Finland, go ahead with the motion.
The delegate of Republic of Finland would like to second the motion proposed by the delegate of Denmark, Kingdom of Denmark.
Delegate of France.
Delegate of France would like to have 15 minutes, and each speaker's time 60 seconds for topic to reduce, for topic solution to help global energy crisis.
Delegate time frame. Can you repeat your entire motion, please? France.
Okay. The delegate of France would like to suspend formal debate and move into the moderated caucus for time being 15 minutes, and each speaker time 60 seconds for the topic solution to help global energy crisis.
Right. Thank you very much. Now, delegates, thank you, France, for that motion. Now, delegates, one thing that is new that I teach you that we have encountered in the committee, that is order of disruption and order of precedence. What is order of disruption? Has anybody heard about this before? No? Okay. So basically, as you see, the motion raised by France can accommodate 15 speakers. And the motion raised by Denmark can accommodate 12 speakers, right? Now, whenever such situation arises, whenever there are two motions and the one which can accommodate maximum number of speakers is voted upon. If the time limit for France motion would have been same, 90 seconds, 18 minutes, that means if it was also accommodating 12 speakers, then we would have followed the order of precedence. Order of precedence is an order in which the motion is raised, like Denmark raised it first, then France. So if we vote in that order, we are following order of precedence. But if we are voting in the order wherein we vote upon the motion which is most disruptive or the motion which can accommodate maximum speakers, which can allow maximum speakers, then we are following order of disruptive. Clear? Any doubts? Although this is not concerning you, this is not that relevant to you, but this is extra piece of information that you should be aware of if you're money, right? Anybody has any doubts? Somebody was speaking, I believe. I'm assuming it doesn't know. Fine. Also, if there is a case of unmoderated caucus, let's say there was third motion from Finland, which was of unmoderated caucus. In that case, we would have firstly voted upon Finland's motion because unmoderated caucus is more disruptive, then on France's motion, and then on Denmark's motion. Fine. I hope things are clear to you. Right. So with this, we'll be now voting upon France's motion, that is solution to health global energy crisis, 15 minutes, 60 seconds. Delegates in favor of the motion. France, are you not supporting your own motion? Delegates against the motion. Or where you haven't voted neither in favor nor against. This motion fails. We'll now vote upon Denmark's motion, that is unmoderated caucus on causes of global energy crisis, 90 seconds, 18 minutes. Delegates in favor. Delegates against. This motion passes. Delegate of Denmark, do you wish to be the first speaker or reserve your rights?
I'd like to reserve my rights.
Delegates who are willing to add their names for this moderated caucus, raise their hands now. I'll wait for 5 seconds, then I'll write. Have Germany. Slow down your hands. Finland, Norway, Japan, France, Denmark, Israel, Australia, UAE, you have been recognized. USA and Russia. Russia have been recognized. But that makes only 11 speakers. I guess China has not been there in the meeting. So China is the one speaker. We'll ask them later on there. I'll drop down the list in the chat box. Secretariat members, please screen share for 90 seconds.
Yes, Kashish, you want me to share the screen?
Yes, ma'am, 90 seconds. I guess again he's facing some glitches, so I guess you can only share. Ma'am, are you there?
Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, now I can. Can you please screen share? 90 seconds time.
Kashish, we are here. We can help you to share screen. Don't worry.
Please share 90 seconds time.
Yes, yes, we are here to help you. Don't worry about that.
Thank you. Right. So, Delegate of Germany, please begin.
Thank you, Chair. The global energy crisis which we are facing today are caused due to a number of reasons. Some of the reasons are the strong demand for energy after the pandemic. In pandemic, people were at home and factories were closed or was not running at full fledged. But when everything started to begin to normal, there was a sudden spike in demand of fuel and energy. The another reason can be overpopulation. Population is increasing day by day, and so are their demands for the energy. This factor is being faced by India right now. Many countries model rely mostly on the use of non-renewable energy sources such as gas, oil, and coal, and even uranium. And even too much dependency on non-renewable resources is causing the global energy crisis. Aging infrastructure of power generating equipment is yet another reason for the energy shortage. Wars between countries can also cause the supply of energy to decrease, which is recently happening between Ukraine and Russia, which is also a major cause for the global energy crisis. In this crisis, we all need to come together and find a way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker we have is Delegate of Finland. Finland, please go ahead.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. The global crisis of energy is a vast issue which extends its roots in all directions, from the smallest increase in electricity bills to massive emissions of fossil fuels, which lead to global warming. But before we deliberate on the heinous issue at hand, one should also need to know some of the aspects, events that could have caused such a catastrophic issue. The main cause of this energy crisis can easily be recognized as the overconsumption of fossil fuels due to the overpopulation. Over half the population which receives energy at their households is in the form of natural gas, LPG, etc., as fossil fuels are cheap. The usage of fossil fuels leads to the release of carbon emissions in the air. Energy before struggled more during this pandemic. Even various plants were shut down. Thus, this causes the shortage of energy in various regions. Massive production of power plants near various villages is one reason. The burdens of both climate change and conventional pollution fall more heavily on low income communities. Fossil fuel based industries are more likely to be found in vulnerable communities. Wars are another major cause of the global energy crisis. Recent wars have impacted the issue in various ways, such as through cutting off supplies between neighboring nations, destruction of various fossil fuel based and renewable power plant, weakening of negotiations with nations regarding energy. The Republic of Finland believes that these causes can be prevented through proper and solutions to combat the crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Finland. Norway, please begin.
The energy crisis is concerned that the world demands of the limited natural resources that are used to power industrial society are diminishing as the demand rises. These natural resources are in limited supply. While they do occur naturally, it can take hundreds of thousands of years to replenish the stores. The reason for this is that there is not a broad understanding of complex causes of these resources. These are some of the causes. Overconsumptions. Overpopulation can demand for more and more food and products. Poor infrastructure of the power generating equipment is yet another reason for our energy shortage. It is the responsibility of utilities to keep them upgrading time to time. Wastage of energy. Today, also people do not realize the importance of conserving energy unless we give it a serious thought. Thus, the growth of human civilization has led to increase in consumption and and the rise to energy crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. UAE, please begin.
Thank you, Chair, for recognition. It would be easy to point the finger at one practice or industry and lay the blame for the entire energy crisis at the door. But that would be very naive and unrealistic interpretation of the cause of the crisis. The energy crisis is a result of many different strains on natural resources, not just one. There is a strain on fossil fuels such as oil, gas, and coal due to overconsumption, which then in turn can put a strain on our water and oxygen resources by causing pollution. Another cause of the crisis has been a steady increase in the world's population and its demands for fuel and products. Aging infrastructure of power generating equipment is yet another reason for energy shortage. In most parts of the world, people do not realize the importance of conserving energy. It is only limited to the books, the internet, newspaper ads, lip service, and seminars. Unless we give it a serious thought, things are not going to change anytime sooner. Thank you.
Thank you, UAE. Japan, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Most energy crises have been caused by localized shortages, wars, and market manipulation, pipeline failures, and other accidents such as infrastructure damage from severe weather may cause minor interruptions to energy supplies. Countries such as North Korea and Zimbabwe have experienced shortage of energy due to financial mismanagement. In the 20th century, Gulf War OAPEC oil export embargo. In early 21st century, low water levels in an area dependent on hydroelectric power in Asia. In 2021 and 22, power, coal, fuel crisis in the world are because of pandemic, greenflation, and geopolitics wars. The COVID-19 pandemic reduced the global demand for oil, which in turn limited their production as well. Immediately after that, the Russia-Ukraine war blocked fuel supply. These situations resulted in contradiction in demand-supply chain. The heavy rainfall seen in Southeast Asia has made coal mining difficult in countries like India and China. The harsh winter conditions adversely affected the gas transport systems in energy. The planet's energy systems are interconnected, so the crunch has had knock-on effects across industries, obstructing silicon production, disrupting food supplies, and snarling supply chain. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Japan. Next, we have France. France, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for recognition. France has pledged over 2 billion euro through to 2020 for development of renewable energies in Africa, where the sub-Sahara region has lowest regional electrification rate in the world at 31%. Electricity is vital for access to education, health, and better living conditions. Not to mention sustainable economic development. At COP21, France supported major international energy initiatives such as SRDS, Lighthouse initiatives to raise the financing and rapidly deploy renewable energies in small island developing states. France is also putting its technical expertise to work to decarbonize the energy mix in developing countries and emerging economies. It has undertaken to stop financing coal-fired power plant in as of 2013. France is supporting energy saving and efficiency and high environmental quality buildings, clean cars, etc., and use in renewable energies. France also has support of key players such as major energy sectors, producers and distributors, transmission and distribution networks, energy users, industry, and solution providers in industry, construction and transport, which are all global reference for the energy transitions. Yet, INSEE, SOES reported that over 1 in 5 households were energy vulnerable in 2014, warranting government aid for poor households. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Next up, we have Denmark. Denmark, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. We don't just have one particular reason causing the global energy crisis. There's a lot of contributing factors, which makes it much worse. Many like to blame it on a particular country or a set of countries. While they aren't wrong in doing so, it's not just the fault of a singular country, but instead it's the collective fault of the entire world. The primary cause of the global energy crisis is the extensive use of non-renewable energy sources, fossil fuels being the most prominent energy source throughout the world. The burning of fossil fuels is already harmful as is, but as the world develops, it consumes even more energy day by day. The fossil fuels, despite being easily accessible, might not be sufficient for our uses and might be expended soon. Due to this, there's an energy crisis throughout the world because nations are barely transitioning toward renewable energy sources at the larger scale. Sure, countries might be generating a lot of renewable energy, but it's not going to be enough in ratio to the total energy consumption. Countries like India, China would only make a difference if they make drastic reduction in their fossil fuel consumption. The Kingdom of Denmark has transitioned more than one-third of its reliance over to renewable energy sources, with the number only going higher by time. The increase in the price of fuels is also a reason for the global energy crisis, which can be seen due to the Russian war. Russia did not directly contribute to it, but the intensity of this war led to nations and communities abandoning Russian fuels, which obviously led to a price hike for prices considering how much of a component Russia is in producing energy around the globe, being the largest gas exporter in the world. Of course, the problem has been present long before the war even began, and it was due to multiple reasons which I just listed. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Next speaker that we have is Delegate of Israel. Israel, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. We can create a more sustainable, cleaner, and safer world by making wiser energy choices. These are the words said by Sir Robert Allen Silverstein. Our current consumption almost entirely lies on the use of non-renewable energy sources such as oil, gas, and coal. At the current rate of consumption, oil will be the first fossil fuel in the world to run out. Unnecessary use of energy resources, energy waste will lead to a major energy crisis. The massive use of non-energy resources leads, among things, to result of greenhouse gases emissions such as carbon dioxide, resulting in global warming and harming the environment and biodiversity. Therefore, the energy crisis is closely linked to the environmental crisis. The energy crisis is a broad and complex topic. Major accidents such as pipeline bursts, natural calamities such as eruption of volcanoes, floods, and earthquakes also cause interruptions to energy supplies. The energy crisis is a result of many different strains on our natural resources. The world is trying to move towards more sustainable sources of energy, hence driving the demand for still limited energy sources like natural gas has caused massive price rises. Gas supply and demand cycles are impacted by weather and economic activity. I would like to conclude my speech by saying that humanity, technology, industrialization, and also environment lead to energy crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Israel. Australia, you have the floor.
Thank you for this. It has been hard and painful for most countries that are praying for it. Global benchmark Brent crude briefly hit its highest level nearly 3 years this week, and the Organization of the Petroleum Exporting Countries predicts crude will regain supreme for the next several decades. Despite a global clean energy push, Europe is getting hammered with a record high natural gas prices, while China, the producer and consumer of coal, so squeezed it experiences blackouts and energy rationing, which has been billed as the fuel of the future as a solution to everything from Europe's dependence on Russian fossil fuel to Asia's ferocious growing appetite for sustainable energy. After years of being talked upon as a foreign potential game changer, green hydrogen, with its large receiving serious financial and labor pools commitments, government and big business. Australian mining magnate Andrew Forrest is building a 2 gigawatt electrolyzer and ammonia producing plant in the state of Queensland, with plans to use this project in kick-starting of the green steel making. Thank you, ma'am. I would like to conclude my speech.
Thank you very much, Australia. Next up, we have Delegate of USA. USA, please go ahead.
Day by day, the population of humans is increasing rapidly. The increase in population results in the increase in demand of the resources. And for the production of resources, the industries are settled in large numbers. As the industries are settled in large numbers, there is increase in demand of the fossil fuels like coal, petroleum, and diesel. In today's world, there is increase in demand for the resource, but the resources are limited in nature and cannot be replenished so easily and in a short period of time. As there is increase in demand and less amount of resource, there is a lot of strain on the resources like the fossil fuels. As we know, fossil fuels are not only used in vehicles and factories, but they are also used for electric generations in many countries. And when there are few natural resources, their rates go high. This leads to the growth in the rates of the commodities that are dependent on the depleting resources. As the government has to supply the power to all of the population, the power cuts are done usually nowadays. As poor people already have shortage of money, these increasing rates of the commodities is not only affordable for them, and this leads to global energy crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, USA. Next, we have Russia. But before we take up Russia, China, you were not there in the committee when we were recognizing. Do you wish to speak? China,
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I'll add you after Russia. Russia, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. The energy crisis is the concern that the world's demands on the limited natural resources that are used to power industrial society are diminishing as the demand rises. Some of the causes of the global energy crisis are overconsumption. Overpopulation in countries like Israel is one of the main causes. Unexplored renewable energy options. The work should focus more on finding new technological and scientific alternatives to renewable energy resources. Wastage of energy is a huge problem. People should be encouraged not to do so. Major accidents and natural calamities like nuclear power plants, blasts, etc. in USA. Main reason being NATO persuading former Soviet Union countries to join, leading to war. Thank you.
Thank you, Russia. Next up, we have China. China is good to go.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Good morning, honorable delegates and the chair. The increased use of fossil fuels in countries like Denmark, which were mostly dependent on its oil and natural gas reservoirs, has been a significant cause for the global energy crisis. Most countries were dependent on their natural and non-renewable sources. The energy crisis is a result of many different strains on our natural resources, which is not on a single resource. There is a strain on fossil fuels such as oil, gas, and coal due to overconsumption, which then in turn can put a strain on our water and oxygen resources by causing pollution. The aging infrastructure of power generating equipment is yet another reason for energy shortage. Most of the energy producing firms keep on using outdated equipment that restricts the production of energy. It is the responsibility of utilities to keep on upgrading the infrastructure and set a high standard of performance. Wastage of energy and overpopulation are two more reasons of global energy crisis. To reduce the use of fossil fuels, China in 2010 increased its deployment of renewables like solar power, wind power resources, etc. China accounts for approximately 75% of the world's supply chain for solar. China has also set up the largest solar power plant worth $40 million to reduce the use of fossil fuels or the non-renewable resources and to increase the use of the solar power. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate of China. With this, we come to an end of this moderated focus. Before we proceed to the speakers list, I have been saying this since yesterday, and I do not like saying it again and again. But delegates, everything, I'll tell you the criteria in the mark sheet, okay? You have your GSL, your mod, your points of information, verbal points of information as chits, your substantive chits, your lobbying, decorum, and documentation. All of them have marks. Few of you have not sent even one POI or one substantive chit. Some of you have not even asked a verbal POI. Some of you are missing out on speeches. How do you expect yourself to be on a level playing field at the end of it? I don't mind if you do not send me anything. It actually eases my task because I have to mark less things at the end of the day. But why I am emphasizing on it is because I don't want somebody to lose because they haven't sent one chit or they haven't lobbied in one particular moderated focus. And this committee is not that competitive, but when you go to highly competitive committees and you do not take care of all of these, you automatically lose the game, right? So if executive board is mentioning something again and again, that is because of a reason. Right, I cannot directly say a lot of things as we are in the committee. In the feedback, I'll definitely say that to you people. But try to participate in every possible thing that's there in the committee. Right? But this will be now reverting back to the general speakers list. Next two speakers that we have is China and USA. But before that, I'll be recognizing more speakers. So delegates willing to add their names to the general speakers list, raise their hands. Okay, we will have after them we will have UAE, followed by Finland, Norway. Throw down your hands once I recognize France, Israel, Denmark, Australia, Japan, Russia, Germany. Anybody else?
Have you taken my name, Norway?
Yes, yes. I'm dropping down the GSL list as of now. I'll just take few of you right now. 90 seconds timer, please.
Yes, sure.
Thank you, ma'am. Delegate of China, please begin.
Yes, ma'am. Honorable delegates, despite the progress in providing energy to the people in the world, there are still 789 million people still living without electricity, out of which 85% people live in the rural areas. If this rate of progress doesn't improve till 2030, around 620 million people will lack electricity. Mostly, the energy usage is the highest in urban areas than the rural parts of the world. With decreasing dependency on the fossil fuels and increasing usage of renewable resources, energy can be provided to the rural and unreachable areas of the world. Despite the two major disasters, which are the Russian war and the COVID-19 pandemic, the country of China has been improving in providing clean and affordable energy with largest production of renewables, mostly the solar energy parts, which is approximately 1,050 per day. China is facing, like many other countries worldwide, an energy crisis. However, China's ruling party has ordered power companies to secure winter power at any cost. China is world's leading producer of energy from the renewable sources, with over thrice the generation of the second ranking country, which is the USA. China's renewable energy sector is expected to contribute 43% of the global renewable capacity growth. China's total renewable energy capacity exceeded 1,000 gigawatt in 2021, accounting for 43.5% of the country's total power generation capacity, 10.2 percentage points higher than in 2015. With the other renewables, nuclear power resources are also used to generate energy. China plans to build 150 nuclear power plants in the next 15 years as to obtain the most important firm and clean energy. Thank you.
Okay. Delegate of China, please take care of the timer. Next up, we have USA. USA, go ahead.
Save today, survive tomorrow. The energy production and consumption contribute to most of the emissions. 81% of the global energy is still fossil fuel based. We all should contribute 19% to 101%. As humans, we are impatient and want everything to happen immediately. But this change will not happen immediately. If everyone is putting the Mother Earth under strain, it will surely. US is trying its best to shift toward the renewable resources. The United States encouraged Americans to limit the amount of Christmas lights they used simply because the decorations were based on petroleum. Additionally, the United States also began printing gasoline coupons that were redeemable for gas. Gasoline coupons are a book of stamps of Am I audible?
Thank you, Delegate. I'm so sorry, I have some connectivity issue. Next speaker that we have is Delegate of Delegate of UAE. UAE, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for recognition. Aligned with Dubai's government's strategic plans, Dubai municipality launched its green building regulations and specifications in 2011 to be applied as mandatory requirements for new construction in the emirate. These regulations have been mandated on government-owned building since 2011 and on all new buildings in Dubai starting 2014. Based on the GBR and S, Dubai municipality introduced Al Safat rating system in 2016 to strengthen the sustainable built environment in the city and support the goal of Dubai's Plan 2021, create a smart and sustainable city. The Dubai Supreme Council of Energy has formulated and launched the Dubai Integrated Energy Strategy 2030 in 2011 with the purpose of diversifying sources of energy and increase the clean energy share. Dubai aims to increase the share of clean energy to 29% and the Emirates' energy demand by 30% by 2030. Trekkies serve as regulatory arm for the issuance of building permits, commercial licensing, and the supervision of all engineering and all health, environmental, and safety related matters within the free zone. Trekkies has incorporated several sustainability credits into its own building assessment system. Thank you.
Thank you, UAE. Next speaker we have is Delegate of Finland. Finland, go ahead.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Good morning, Honorable Chair and my fellow delegates. As we all know, we have gathered today together as one community with the intention to combat a critical issue of energy crisis just struck nations on the very core of development. Energy is one of the most vital aspects which helps not only in their sustainable development, but has also helped in their careers, the simple running of homes, reaching new heights in becoming developed, and many more. But as we humans create and introduce better ideas at sustainable development, we also struggle through our very own creations which have plagued humanity, development, and nature, such as climatic change. The same occurred with the Republic of Finland some time ago, but now we have changed. We have started developing and emphasizing more on the energy crisis at hand and the consequences which we are facing. The energy crisis has had a heavy toll on the people of the world. Its roots extend not only to climatic change due to fossil fuels, but also towards people not having access to clean green energy. This is a humongous problem in various regions throughout the globe. Fossil fuel emissions, land utilization, setting up such plants are some of the major issues. The Republic of Finland has kept in mind the Agenda 21 and Goal 7 and has plans to combat the crisis in a sustainable manner. The Republic of Finland has various plans of building the largest wind, solar, hydroelectric, and nuclear power plants in the nation with the help of Finnish and Swedish technology. The Republic of Finland believes that we, as a community, must come together to combat this crisis. We even believe that self-sufficient resources are a must as a way of emphasizing on sustainable development. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate, utilize your time. The time is started late. Fine. Just a second. You have around 5-7 seconds remaining. How do you wish to move?
I would like to yield to POIs.
Don't use I, please. Delegates willing to ask a POI to the delegate. Last call. After that, I will not recognize. Okay, so we have Russia and Israel. Russia, go ahead.
So the Finland president has recently mentioned that it's an economic attack by Russia by stopping the natural gas trade with the country. So how are you going to manage it? Because of course it's a green revolution step by Russia, and how are you going to manage this attack on your country?
Yeah, so to reply to your question, the Republic of Finland has like kind of created a lot of various ideas which they have started to implement, such as mainly the Republic of Finland would be focusing on nuclear energy and wind and solar energy, and will most probably now try to aim towards a more self-sufficient economy or self-sufficient nation.
Thank you. Israel, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate of Finland, I would like to ask the question that according to the resources, we can say that Finland is partially dependent on other countries for its natural resources. So, like, can you name any policy which is encouraging renewable sources?
Yeah, so like we are introducing policies, but we have also aimed towards like zero carbon, phase out of carbon till 2030. And yeah, we have also started introducing wood as one of the main resources for like suppose services infrastructure, as 65% of the land of Finland is covered with wood, and wood has a capacity to absorb carbon. Yeah, so and this is also supported by our Forest Act, which states that four trees would be planted for every tree harvested. With this, we are also trying to reduce carbon emissions and would like aim to reduce carbon emissions by almost 85 to 90% till 2050.
Chair, a right to play question.
It's a follow-up, it is. Granted, go ahead.
Yes, so Delegate of Finland, as you are saying that you have you have taken several steps, drastic changes for that. So like, can you also tell is it really is it really true that Finland is actually partially dependent on other countries for its natural resources, like Russia? Is Finland dependent?
Yeah, like so we are trying to make a self-sufficient country with renewable resources. But yeah, some part of it we do agree that we were dependent on nations such as Russia for like oil supplies, but partially, because now we are trying to aim for a self-sufficient country. So most of the emphasis would be given on the renewable resources, and we are trying to reduce the supply of oil.
Right. Thank you very much, delegates. As we are on like it's 12 already, and break is scheduled at 12. So we'll have a 1 hour break. Right. After that, we'll meet for the committee proceedings. Once we join back, we'll have a mod. Also, we will have the discussion session that we planned. And in the probably, if we have time remaining, we can start up with the documentation.
Kashish?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the break from 12 to 1 or 1 to 2? Just confirm.
I guess it is 12 to 1, but
Let me just confirm, just 1 minute.
Ma'am, it is 12 to 1.
Fine.
Right. So we will meet at 1, but before that, Germany, you're raising your hand. Go ahead.
Ma'am, are we allowed to answer the chats in break?
You can type it to yourself and put it in the group later on.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah. We recognize more speakers for GSL USA, then I'll add you up. Don't worry. USA, you're raising your hand. Yeah. Fine, so we'll meet at 1. You also
I am
have.
yet to give my second PSL.
Yeah.
Ma'am, so will we have it after the break?
Finland, do you have a doubt?
The delegate of Finland would like to ask, like, how many substantive chits can we send for today?
5 per day.
So, can you repeat?
5 per day.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, delegates. Can you all hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Chair.
Yes, sir.
See, I believe there's a confusion in the committee. I'll clarify it. So basically, you will get an unmoderated focus to prepare your document. That is the proper unmoderated focus, not the discussion session that we give you. So therein you put in points in your documentation. That's there. After you are done preparing your document, what I propose is that as we are not having a DR in the committee, right? Although it rarely happens, but then what I propose is that you know the pointers that are there in your document. So for that, we can have a moderated focus wherein you people can discuss about different points. You can speak about different points in that particular document. B, we can have a discussion session wherein you can discuss the relevance of the solutions that have been proposed. So now in that 40 minutes will be given to you for preparing the document. Although maximum I can give is 30, but I'll give you 10 minutes extra from my end. Fine. But for this, after the document is prepared, then I'm asking what do you want? Is it a moderated caucus or a discussion session? That you need to tell me.
Moderated caucus.
Moderated caucus.
Because it would
There is no consensus among a few people, so you firstly decide amongst yourself. Fine, take 5 minutes, talk about it, then we'll start with the committee proceedings. And these breaks, the lobbying that I give you in the breaks, they are not marked. The lobbying that you do in the committee when you officially take unmod or discussion session, only that. Fine. Go ahead. You can talk.
Ma'am, so the moderated caucus, the last moderated caucus which we had decided will be taken, or are we going to speak on the points in the which are in the document?
You have hear me out. You have decided two things. One is the moderated caucus after it, and one you have decided a discussion session in the morning, which you decided. That will be there because we have ample of time. When we have a 2 hour session right now, then we have a third session as well. And we have very less delegates. So anything more in your committee takes hardly 20 minutes to be completed. So we will have time for that. So we can have both. What you have decided in the morning, that will happen in this session. After it, with regards to the documentation, I'm asking that do you want to have a discussion or a moderated focus on the document after it is being prepared? For preparing it, so you will be given 40 minutes. Am I clear or are you still confused what I'm saying?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Japan, you seem to be a little confused. I'll clarify for the last time that you have decided on two moderated focuses and two discussion topics for the day. One of them have been done, one discussion topic, one moderated. Now you will have your another moderated focus and discussion topic that you decided on. After that, we'll proceed to things which are relevant to the documentation. In that, firstly, we'll be given an unmod of around 40 minutes to prepare the document. That is a recommendation paper. After you prepared with your document, you can either have a moderated focus to discuss the document, or you can have a discussion session like we had to discuss that. So now you need to talk amongst yourself and decide that after you have prepared the document, do you want to end the committee directly, or do you want a discussion session, or do you want a moderated focus? I am okay with all three of them.
Discussion session, because we can talk more in that. Everybody contributes to the discussion.
Yes, discussion
Yeah,
session.
we will have a discussion.
We can have moderated caucus right now to discuss the points of the.
We're going to have already. That's this.
that we are going to have it after the documentation.
Documentation, yes.
After
We can have the
document is
discussion
done,
session.
discussion, huh? See, everybody contributes. It's more productive.
So can you just repeat what is the schedule again?
See, right now we'll have a moderated one. Then we'll prepare the document. Then we'll have another discussion, moderated or whatever after.
We can have a discussion.
Yeah, and then we run the committee.
Discussion is okay. We can have
So
discussion.
the moderated caucus which we will be having now will be on the last topic which we discussed.
Yeah, the solutions.
Delegate,
And then we will have unmod caucus which will be to make documentation.
Yes. Delegate of
Just
Japan.
a second, Japan. Just a second. So you have it. USA don't will take you again. Don't worry. Your second GSL is done. Your third is remaining. We'll add a lot of people's third GSL is remaining. So delegates,
Yes,
what you can do is it's 1:14. Okay. Take time till 1:20. Decide what you want and whatever you want. Let's say a mod or a discussion topic. Turn off your videos for 2 minutes and prepare your pointers for it. So that because now we'll go in a continuous run through for the committee. So we would not have. We'll just have a break. Then at that point of time, you'll be eating your lunch or whatever it is probably. Right. So let's just get prepared right now only. So it's just 6 minutes in your hand. Discuss very quickly and then prepare yourself, and then I'll start with the committee exactly at 1 day.
See, what I'm saying is instead of having a discussion at the end, we can have a mod caucus, because when it's a discussion, everybody starts speaking anything. And then there are people who don't get to speak.
Hey, listen, we're already having a moderated caucus right now.
Yeah, so and we'll need time to prepare on the other moderated caucus which you're talking about.
See, we'll
So
have
it's better to
moderated
have the
caucus right
discussion.
now for the solutions, and at last we'll have discussion session, because in the discussion session, we'll be discussing the recommendation paper. So
Yeah.
we can have the unmoderated caucus at last.
We can have the moderated caucus now, and we can have discussion session on the recommendation.
We can have mod now.
We are going to have the mod now, then the
Yes.
GSL.
That is last
then,
moderated caucus.
Last thing will be discussion.
Wait,
last discussion only.
Wait, what
now
discussion are we like talking about? The Ukraine
last
one or the documentation?
Points.
Sorry?
Like we've already prepared the document, uske baad we'll have a discussion or whatever.
Delegate of Denmark, actually your voice is breaking in between. So
I'll tell you the sequence. So first we'll have the moderated caucus for the solutions to the global energy crisis. Then we'll have the recommendation paper, and then the unmoderated caucus for the discussion of the recommendation paper. Is that all right?
And we also have one more unmoderated caucus for this thing which we had decided what
the Ukraine.
But first, we will need a moderated caucus for making the recommendation paper, right?
Yeah, so see, first we'll have a moderated caucus first.
See, everything,
Yeah. So
the
the
whole
first
schedule
thing-
will remain the same, just that after the recommendation paper is done, we'll have one more unmoderated caucus to discuss whatever we have written.
See, we can have two moderated caucuses at last, one for the discussion of the recommendation paper and one for which we have already decided, that is the
But then
Ukrainian
we are
war.
having a discussion. For the discussion, we don't need an moderated caucus. Now we can just do it in an unmoderated.
Discussion, right?
Yeah.
Like we did yesterday.
So we can do like that, right?
So now we have to prepare for it. Like the chair gave us time to prepare.
We have to prepare.
Just 4 minutes are left. We have already prepared for it in the moderated caucus.
Yeah,
Right.
actually the moderated caucus we have prepared the speech for the solutions, right? So probably all the pointers are same. Mainly.
Yeah, we
We'll have to
Yeah,
laugh
we'll
on that
just,
and
we'll just
So
draft them in a
we'll-
sentence and we'll add them.
So we'll have a moderated caucus on the topic solutions. Then we'll have unmoderated caucus to make the recommendation paper. And then we
First
will have the...
We cannot have a moderated caucus and then an unmoderated caucus
we have
because
the
both of
We
them
will have
are the
GSL
informal.
and
Yeah,
That's
we'll
it.
have a
GSL in
GSL
between.
and then unmoderated caucus.
Yeah, so
For
one
recommendation
moderated
paper,
caucus
and then
and
after-
unmoderated caucus.
We can't have two continuous unmoderated caucuses.
The GSL in between, right? We'll have a GSL
So
in
we'll
between.
have a mod caucus,
right.
then GSL, and then unmoderated caucus, right?
That's
Yeah. And
Yeah.
then
We
we'll
can do
have a
one thing.
discussion, isn't it?
Yeah, after that.
Yeah, then we'll have the discussion and then it's done.
And the discussion will be on
Which topic?
that Ukrainian
The
government.
Ukraine thing, yeah.
That,
But that
that
will be in the last, right?
Should Ukraine enforce to rebuild it?
That will be in the last, right? Like the
Yeah,
last.
like the discussion which we were doing yesterday, so we'll do it on that
Again,
only.
first we'll have moderated caucus on the solutions
Solutions.
we have already discussed. Then the unmoderated caucus for the making of the recommendation paper. Then the GSL, right?
No, first the GSL. and
Yeah,
then
first the GSL.
First the moderated caucus, then the GSL, then the unmod for the paper.
And then the discussion.
Yeah,
Okay.
but
And then
in
the
between,
Ukraine.
I think there will be another
We can't
GSL.
have two continuous unmoderated
No, I
caucuses.
think there will be a
In
GSL.
between is implied. Just assume.
GSL is in between that.
Yeah.
Yeah, GSL is there between.
GSL should be in between of
It
those
is there.
moderated
Like
caucuses.
there are
There.
plenty of us who are still remaining to give the a third GSL. So I think two GSLs will be there.
Exactly.
Like it's more
One
than
GSL
two, I
because we are
guess
having
four,
two
3 or
unmoderated
4 GSL.
caucuses. We are having two unmoderated caucuses in which
Yeah.
should be GSL.
Yeah, so moderated caucus, then GSL, then the unmod, then again the GSL, and in the final we'll have the last
Right.
unmoderated caucus.
Right.
Yeah, discussion.
Correct. That's final, right?
So like if someone can like send the entire format in the chat, like
Okay.
even
I'll
chair
send
will
it.
understand it. Yeah.
I'll send it a minute.
Yeah, and one more thing, actually, can all the delegates answer the chats which are sent on the group?
Yeah, I'm replying.
Yeah.
Moderated caucus, then the GSL.
I sent it in the unofficial group.
I think no one added. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Just give me 2 minutes, huh?
France, be ready as soon as the timer is shared. You can France, please start.
Thank you, sir, for recognition. Last but not the least, France is investing in research to improve energy efficiency and innovate in renewables. A total of 1.8 billion euro was invested in energy in 2013, including 440 million euro in new technologies, renewable energy, carbon capture and utilization, storage network, etc. Off-grid solutions, urban district heating, and hydraulic technology are just some of actions France promotes through the French Agency of Development. With the total budget of 3 billion euro from period 2013 to 2015, a positive energy territory of green growth, a place of excellence for the energy and ecological transition, reducing the energy needs of inhabitants, building economic activities and transport. A budget of 5,000 euro has been allocated the local authorities for this. In addition, 220 bidders have won the call for tenders for high power solar plants and estimated 1,500 biogas plants will be built over the 3 years following for the call of projects and with, offshore with farm projects are in place. Thank you.
Thank you, France. Uh, Japan, is it because of the inaudibility?
Yes, point of personal privilege.
Go ahead.
Delegate of France was not audible for the first 20 to 30 seconds of his speech.
Delegate, could you repeat the first 20 seconds of the speech?
Okay, sir. Last but not the least, France is investing in the research to improve energy efficiency and innovate in renewable. A total of 1.8 billion euros invested in energy in 2013, including 450 million euro in new technologies, renewable energies, carbon capture and utilization, storage, network, etc. Decentralizing off-grid solutions, urban district heating and hydraulic technologies are from actions France promote through the French agency.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Delegate of France, you've spoken in all the moderated caucuses so far, or did you miss your fourth one?
I missed my fourth moderated caucus.
Right. I was just confirming because I thought, right. Fine. Next speaker that we have is Delegate of USA. USA, go ahead.
Each individual should feel responsible for the global energy crisis, as they are the ones who have used the vehicles in large numbers when they use public transports. They are the one who keep air conditioner on with the doors windows open. Thus every individual needs to make changes in themselves to pay the cost of the mistake they have done. So to overcome this problem there are many possible ways. The transport system is slowly being converted to electricity based ones. This will at least reduce the strain on fossil fuels. The incandescent bulbs or tube lights in every house should be replaced with LED lights. The use of solar cookers can reduce the strain on the LPG, that is the liquefied petroleum gas. We all have signed many policies and treaties and made many promises, but these are not just to make, these are to follow. We all can make use of public transport and decrease the use of private transport. USA believes that this will not happen in one day, but surely happen one day. Let us put our hands together to save our planet.
Delegate, you're muted. Are you done?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Next speaker that we have on the list is Delegate of Finland. Finland, go ahead.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. We did master the world, but forgot that we are still students learning about the world. We owe it to the environment that nurtured us to give it back to it. With this thought, the Republic of Finland aims to propose a few solutions that can prove beneficial in combating the global energy crisis. One such solution could be building of various renewable solar, wind, hydroelectric, and nuclear power plants. Nations can implement the carbon tax for reducing the carbon emissions. A carbon tax directly sets a price on it by defining a tax rate on greenhouse gas emissions, or more commonly, on the carbon content of fossil fuels. Aviation industries can adopt to liquid hydrogen, which reduce emissions to zero, and the automobile industry should aim to promote and manufacture more electric vehicles. The Republic of Finland would also like to emphasize on various short and long-term solutions, such as the following. Schools should include sustainable development, impact on carbon emissions, energy crisis, climate change, etc. in the syllabus or as activities for creating awareness of such issues amongst youth. Nations should keep in mind the effects of energy crisis on the world before taking various violent actions such as wars, cutting off supplies to other nations, etc. Government should introduce policies which would help provide clean and green energy to all parts, including rural areas. This is the only way to provide access to energy to all people throughout the world. The prices of fossil fuels should be increased, whereas prices of renewable energy should be decreased as they are beneficial to the environment. The Republic of Finland believes that with the full cooperation amongst government and people, we will be able to protect nature from such curses. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Next speaker we have is Japan. Japan, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. There are many ways to respond to the immediate energy crisis that can pave the way to a cleaner and more secure future. The major concern in overusage of non-renewable is that we will run out of gas or oil. When it comes to coal, it is polluting the atmosphere and destroying other natural resources in the process of mining. The coal that it has to be replaced immediately. Apart from easier solutions like replacing traditional bulbs with CFLs and LEDs, there are a number of new technologies out there that make lighting controls. People who use different options to generate power must be given permission to plug into the grid and get credit for the power you feed into it. Energy simulation software can be used by big corporates and reduce carbon footprint. Perform energy auditing process that helps you to identify the areas where your home or office is losing energy. Both developed and developing countries should adopt a common stand on climatic change. Governments must encourage private sectors in power generating schemes and spread awareness about careful domestic usage of energy. The solutions can be categorized in two sections as renewable energy generation and saving existing energy carefully. The need for clean energy investment surge is a smarter way to look for solutions and to get on track for net zero emission. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker we have is Russia. Russia, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the recognition. The best possible solution we feel is to reduce the world's dependence on non-renewable resources and to improve overall conservation efforts. Much of the industrial age was created using fossil fuels, but there is also known technology that uses other types of renewable energy such as steam, solar, and wind. Using lighting controls, preset lighting controls, slide lighting, touch dimmers, integrated lighting controls are few of the lighting controls that can help to conserve energy and reduce overall lighting costs. Both developed and developing countries should adopt a common stand on climate change. They should focus on reducing greenhouse gas emissions through an effective cross-border mechanism. They should introduce programs which encourage people to use energy efficient programs, especially for the youngsters and the youth. All these steps taken together by us can help make a greater change on the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Russia. Next speaker we have is Delegate of UAE. UAE, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for recognition. We all know that many of the possible situations are already in place today, but they have not been widely adapted. The best possible solution is to reduce the world's dependence on non renewable resources and to improve overall conservation efforts. Much of the industrial age was created using fossil fuels, but there is also known technology that uses other types of renewable energy such as steam, solar,
Student,
and
just
wind.
2 minutes, okay? I'll just stop this.
Should I restart?
Yes, Delegate, please.
We all know that many of the possible solutions are already in place today, but they have not been widely adopted. The best possible solution is to reduce the world's dependence on non renewable resources and to improve overall conservation efforts. Much of the industrial age was created using fossil fuels, but there is also known technology that uses other types of renewable energies such as steam, solar, and wind. Another solution would be to replace traditional bulbs with CFLs and LEDs. They use fewer watts of electricity and last longer. If millions of people across the globe use LEDs and CFLs for residential and commercial purposes, the demand for energy can go down and an energy crisis can be averted. Energy simulation software can be used by big corporates and corporations to redesign the building unit and reduce running business energy costs. Engineers, architects, and designers could use this design to come with most energy efficient buildings and reduce carbon footprint. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Delegate. Next up we have is Delegate of Norway. Norway, go ahead.
So to prevent this energy crisis, we have to lower down our dependence on non-renewable resources. In order to prevent the crisis, we have to consume energy by improving and modernizing energy infrastructure like smart grid solutions and smart cities. On ensure this, we have to continue focusing on clean and renewable sources. To provide a green solution to increasing energy, we can use renewable sources like solar in cities and hence more bill for electricity usage. Energy consumption, fuel substitutions, and the use of unconventional oil, just like Norway produces or use hydropower reduce emissions and low carbon intensity energy system. If possible, we can help other states to reach our position. As we understand, we want to do one of our renewable and we want to be one of our renewable countries, and we are sure to help you in any situations you want. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. Germany, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. There are many global initiatives that are working towards resolving the energy crisis. This has taken a form of increased regulation and restriction on carbon emissions, the promotion of greener manufacturing and construction projects, the funding of research into hybrid technologies and more sustainable technologies, and more. Unlike fossil fuels, some energy resources are totally renewable and do not emit greenhouse gases. These are clean and sustainable alternative energy solution that includes solar energy, hydropower, wind energy, geothermal energy, and biomass energy. For longer term solution is to add green hydrogen, where we can take water and split it up and store it as hydrogen, in which we can use to bring back electricity. Energy simulation software can be used by big corporation and cooperative to redesign the building units and reduce running business energy cost. Engineer, architects, and designer could use this design to come up with most energy efficient buildings and reduce carbon footprint. With current population growth and overconsumption of the resources, the consequences of the global warming and climate change cannot be ruled out. Both developed and developing countries must focus on emission cuts to halve their emissions from current level by 2050. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker we have is Denmark. Please screen share the timer.
Yes, 1 second, Kashi. One second. Kush, can you please make me the co-host? I'm not able to share the screen. Kush?
Video the ghost.
Yes. Kush, can you please tell me what do I type to get the timer thing? Please help me out.
Timer, this search timer.
I put timer, only timer.
Ah.
Is the screen visible with this one?
Yes.
First one. This?
Yeah.
So I'll
But-
change
Yes,
it
ma'am,
to
you can reset the time. 1
1
minute and
30 seconds.
yes. Right. And you can do the after that you can click on full screen.
I'm sorry, Kashish.
You
After
can
that,
click on full screen here.
okay.
There's a full screen option.
Yes, yes, I can see that. Is it? All right.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you.
Please inform me when I have to start.
Okay, ma'am. As soon as the delegate starts speaking, you can start. So next up, next delegate, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Well, there's no instantaneous solution for the global energy crisis, but what is definitely one of the best ways to improve it is drastically by moving towards renewable energy sources. This reduces the world's dependence on non-renewable energy sources and slowly growing away from generating energy by burning fossil fuels. The transition to renewable energy would not only solve a major part of the global energy crisis, it would also be an extreme positive change for the environment, considering the amount of damage which is done because of the fumes generated from the burning of fossil fuels. But generating renewable energy for just your nation would honestly be unwise. Making the source of energy accessible to neighboring nations would help with generating as much renewable energy as possible and it being distributed evenly among nations in a way such that there's no energy going to waste. Denmark has two major projects, one being the artificial energy island and the other being the Copenhagen project. Both aim toward the production of renewable and clean energy. The energy island will be providing energy to multiple nations as it will be built far offshore in the North Sea. This will help the EU with reducing the reliance on non-renewable energy and slowly transition towards renewable energy. The countries with a high amount of energy consumption should be the first to transition toward renewable energy sources at a larger scale, as a change will barely make any difference if it isn't big enough to weigh out the use of non-renewable energy. In any country, the ratio between the use of renewable resources to non-renewable resources should be higher on the renewable side to make sure they are producing enough energy to not harm the environment significantly. In this category, Denmark is the second largest renewable energy producer in the world, second to Iceland. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Sharma. Next up, China, go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, honorable delegates and the executive board. With global energy crisis being a significant concern due to the use of polluting fuels or fossil fuels and energy shortage, the sustainable development goal gains more importance than ever. The combustion of the fossil fuels has been leading to various kinds of pollutions. Also, the limited stock of these naturally occurring fossil fuels makes them more important in the energy sector of every country in the world. To fight against the global energy crisis, China has started the Green Revolution to reduce the effects of pollution occurring because of combustion of fossil fuels, as wood is the best in absorbing the carbon emissions. Use of less polluting gases such as the CNG should be used in vehicles to lessen the pollution due to carbon emissions from the vehicles. However, these gases should be used in limited quantities as these gases are non-renewable resources. Also, the number of electric vehicles production should be increased with the EVs being sold at a cheaper price, which leads towards a clean energy at an affordable price. Hydrogen running cars can also be used as they do not pollute the environment. China is the largest producer of the EV parts and trading them. Usage of renewable resources of energy should be increased with maximum use of solar and wind power in the energy generation sector, as the solar and wind energy are never ending. Being less in quantity, other sources such as hydro, biomass, geothermal energies, etc., should also be used. Schools and colleges should spread and practice measures of energy conservation with generation of sustainable energy, with school transport being electric. Thank you.
Thank you, China. Israel, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. The two most abundant forms of power on Earth are solar and wind, and they are getting cheaper and cheaper. These are the words said by E.D. Bagley Jr. Unlike fossil fuels, some energy sources are totally renewable and do not emit greenhouse gases. These clean and sustainable alternative energy solutions include solar energy, hydropower energy, wind energy, and geothermal energy. In order to prevent an energy crisis, it is also crucial that we consume less energy by improving and modernizing energy infrastructure, such as smart grid solutions and smart city projects. Countries show us and accept and introduce several policies which will help us save our environment. By driving more fuel efficient vehicles with greater mileages will also help us upgrading our countries with more renewable energies, and increasing the research on the topic renewable energies is also an important step which a country can take. The best thing of all the countries can do is continue focusing on clean and renewable sources of energy so that we can provide a green solution to the increasing energy demands all around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. Australia, go ahead.
What is a soul? It's like electricity. We don't really know what it is, but it is a force you can light a room. Once said by Mr. Ray Charles. We cannot continue without fossil fuels, but we also must tackle energy poverty. 759 million people have no access to electricity, and 2.6 billion people depend on polluting cook, stoves, and fuels. The answer is to move to renewable energy, coupled with more energy efficiency and expanded energy success. Renewable energy costs are lower than the fossil fuel costs. Digital technologies can empower people, governments, and businesses to make more sustainable choices. This will require making environmental data open and accessible as the basis of decision making. This will require new digital product passport so that the environmental footprint on the products and services can be calculated across the supply chains. Financial systems should be financial initiatives that benefit the planet and the extension humanity. Central banks and regulators should have a planetary and climate stability mandate, because without planetary stability, you can't have financial stability. It will require major investments in ensuring that digital technologies benefit everyone. Ultimately, it will require us to manage the digital transition and the sustainable transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate. With this, we come to an end of this moderated caucus. Right. Now we'll be reporting back to the general speakers list. Delegate of UAE and Japan, neither you have asked a question nor you have replied to it. So I would appreciate if you ask a question to upcoming speakers for that matter. China, you're raising your hand, so what point do you raise?
Ma'am, delegate of China would like to add his name in the general speaker list. Hello.
Yes,
Hello.
it was same for USA, so I'll add both of you. I'll add USA followed by China. Fine.
Thank
Right. Also, I would require, I'll add few more speakers who would not get a chance to give the third GSL, fourth GSL. Nobody will, but they'll be there on the list for the sake of procedures. Right. When you're raising your hand, to what point do you raise?
Point of inquiry, can other delegates reply to my substantive chat, my POI in the chat if I have asked it yesterday? Can they reply today? Or do I need to ask again?
Yes, they can.
Sorry?
They can reply. They can reply today. Yes,
Thank
Israel.
you.
Thank you, Chair. And this is the delegate of Israel. Ma'am, actually, I have asked 6 to 7 POI chits in the official group IIB, but ma'am, mainly like there are only less delegates who have replied to the chits.
It's okay. You will get your marks. So you don't need to be concerned about them replying. Okay? Okay. The list is in the chat box. I'll take all of you right now. I'll add 3-4 speakers for the sake of procedure. Fine. After this, we are planning to have an unmod and do the documentation and then end the committee, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Perfect. Rashia, you're raising your hand to what point?
Ma'am, point of inquiry.
Yes.
Ma'am, actually, how many? I just wanted to ask how many POI chits are we allowed to send in a day, and how many substantive chits in a collective way?
5, 10 POI chips per day and 5 substantive chips per day.
Okay, thank you.
Ma'am, you can screen share now. Next up, we have delegate of Norway on the GSA list. Norway, do we have you?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Again, I'm reminding Japan and UAE to be active so that they can put up a question to people or answer one. Right. Please begin, Norway.
Yes, ma'am. Norway. Norway has been using renewable resources instead of depending on fossil fuels or oil. Our cities who are just not getting developed, but using the power in the right way. We will save energy, produce it in useful ways to reduce the dependence on fossil fuel. We are trying developing our nation to 100% renewable. For necessary use, we will cheap the price of oil and gas for exportation if needed. We can help other countries to reach our position to be an renewable country by providing them oil, gas, electricity if needed. I think all the nations will find a sustainable ways to preserve or secure this fossil fuel and move on to renewable resources like hydropower, hydropower, wind, as there are plenty in nature. But to use them, in the right way, or our or our condition will be remain the same as before. Thank you.
Thank you very much,
Yes.
Norway. You have 28 seconds remaining. How do you wish to yield?
Delegate of Norway would like to yield the time to questions.
Delegates willing to ask a question. Again, none of you UAE or Israel, UAE or Japan want to try out a question. I would appreciate if you ask one. Honestly, I told you that you'll be losing a great deal of marks on one criteria. Anybody who wants to try out of these two, UAE and Japan? Seeing no response, we will take 3 people who have raised their hands. That is Israel, Germany, and Russia. Israel, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. And the delegate of Norway, I would like to ask you that even in this speech and the previous speech, The delegate of Norway has claimed that you have also introduced many policies which are like encouraging our environment and renewable sources. So like, can you just name those policies or give us some information about those policies?
Okay. Our policies are like we are 90% using our hydropower electricity to generate Norway's electricity, not much, and only 10 or 20% are of fossil fuel other cities. Our policies are like where we're not giving industrials like industrial hydropower like cities, electricity, other things.
Lead to a follow-up question, Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, so delegate of Norway, what you're trying to say is like you all are encouraging hydroelectric like electricity, but are you all dependent on the NATO aligned countries more? Norway?
Not much, but a bit of we are dependent on NATO and countries because most of the water supply or the dams are getting in the country from their side also to provide hydroelectricities.
Do I have to start the timer while he answers? So
no, ma'am.
Okay.
Germany, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Delegate of Germany would like to ask a delegate of Norway a question that Norway is the biggest oil and natural gas exporter in Western Europe, and Norway is drilling for oil, which is contributing to rise in sea level as ice in Norway is melting. So, what does delegate of Norway has to say about this?
Okay. Not melting of ice is responsible for sorry. Melting of ice is not only one country responsible. All countries are responsible for the melting of ice because of global warming. Okay, and for oil, we are exporting over 90% of oil is exported. Only 10% is used in our country. Over the biggest exporters are we can tell Canada, then China are taking most of the oils from our reserve. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Russia, go ahead.
Delegate of Norway, you just mentioned in your speech that if required, you're going to cheapen the prices of crude oil and other exports. But don't you think like the Norwegian government has recently increased the prices of electricity for its own citizens? So don't you think first you should focus on your own citizens rather than cheapening the prices for other countries?
Okay, not for other countries, but for my country, I will cheapen the price because we are not producing or not using non-renewable resources to produce electricity or other things. Hydroelectricity is by our own country, producing our own country. So we are not like we are not in the decline of money or anything. It's our only our profit only, or cheaping or increasing the price. If any other country wants to be in renewable sources like Israel or Germany because they have more non-renewable resources to provide electricity or other things, we can help by cheaping electricity or convert or building them dams or anything or producing them goods, other things. Like this.
Follow up. Yeah, you just mentioned that you will soar up. You see, in your country, the electricity prices are soared up for the citizens because Russian gas has been stopped, and you are not able to find a renewable energy alternative. And at the same time, you are saying that you're going to provide cheap rates for your trade to other countries. How are you going to balance your economy in such a way? Because you don't have a renewable energy alternative, and the resource which you have, you're going to trade it for cheap. Then how are you going to balance your economy?
Okay, our resources are all oil or electricity. Electricity in a country, we are profitable in that. But in oil, other countries are buying more oil or importing to there. So we can easily handle by the funds or any other exporting money we can get from other countries because most of the countries do not have resources like oil in their countries to provide them the wealth or anything products. So we can easily balance by exporting them and a bit higher price on our goods or oil.
So that means you are going to provide it at a higher price.
Russia.
Okay, if in situations.
Just a second. You asked for a follow-up, I gave you. How are you cross-talking?
Ma'am, I wasn't cross-talking. I was just clarifying his sentence.
Yeah, even that is considered cross-talking and marks are deducted for it.
Oh, I'm sorry, ma'am.
Have to ask for a follow-up, and also there are no follow-up. So once you've been given a follow-up, you cannot talk to them even if the answer does not satisfy you. Fine, I'm not deducting marks. Fine, but take care in your next conferences. Honestly, when you guys will go to another conference where you'll find the EVs and the committee going exactly by the procedures, strict EVs, then you will understand that how lenient I was to all of you in a lot of respects, honestly. Fine. Anyways, moving forward, France, you have the floor.
Thank you, sir, for recognition. In France, France has mobilized all its capacity to host a conference of parties to the United Nations Framework Agreement on Climate Change, which culminated in December 2015. France has a long been contributed to work intergovernment group on climate change. To raise awareness, anticipate climate change committed to devoting additional €2 billion a year between 2020 to fight against the climate change. 21 billion euro have been dedicated to development and climate related projects since 2006 through a facility set up by AFD. Expertise France helped some developing African countries and small island states to draw up intended national determined contributions so that they could take part in a process which culminated in Paris Agreement in COP21 climate conference. The French initiatives for coral reefs includes the issue of climate change in the French overseas territories in its program work. Amongst other things, it has set up a network of observatories over the effect of climate change on coral reefs. Economic players are committing to the fight against the climate change, especially the transport sector through the objective CO2 charter for the road transport industry and the road builders connection on a voluntary committed to conserve a renewable source and reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. A climate energy contribution was introduced in the French tax system.
Wrap up. Tell me the last line.
The climate energy contribution was introduced in the French tax systems, was an initiative to reduce the fuel consumption and polluting emissions by making the largest emitter pay.
Thank you, France. Israel, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair and my fellow delegates. The Delegate of Israel is honored to be a part of MEN Conference 2022. Because we are now running out of oil, we must prepare quickly for a third change. To strict conservation and to the use of permanent renewable energy sources like solar power. These are the words of Jimmy Carter. An energy crisis is any significant bottleneck in the supply of energy resources in an economy. The world is in the middle of its truly first global energy crisis. Most energy crises have been caused by its localized shortages, wars, and market manipulation. All countries should switch from coal to natural gas. Switching has reduced CO2 emissions and air pollutants while contributing to energy security. Countries should also introduce policies and safeguard the environment and also spread awareness about the global energy crisis the world is facing now. Now is the time for a sustainable energy policy which will not only save our environment but also resources and secure our future. With the new goal, Israel has taken action to attain the goal of zero emission of greenhouse gases by 2050. Israel has also adopted a 10 years old policy, which is really helping and is really making a change. We hope that all the countries make several policies which would really benefit our climate and environment. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You have 10 seconds remaining. How do you wish to yield?
The Delegate of Israel would like to yield the time to the chair.
France, you wanted to ask a PO? You were raising hand for that?
Yes, sure.
Oh, sorry about that. Israel is very smart. Denmark, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. Should I start?
Committee is all yours. Go ahead.
Thank you. If the transition toward green energy continues to be slow as it already is, then we would be left with two choices: either live with energy shortages or live with aggressive climate change due to the burning of fossil fuel. Obviously, neither of them is favorable, and in this scenario, it can get even worse when we run out of fossil fuel sources on the planet. There's no quick solution to this crisis, but the answer is not to abandon fossil fuels, but instead transition toward renewable energy as quick as possible. While abandoning the fuels would definitely preserve the fuels and environment, but it isn't logical for so many things in the world to stop functioning at once by abandoning the fuels. Transitioning toward a clean renewable substitute for fossil fuels is a much wiser solution. We're definitely going to need fossil fuels for at least a decade, and the solution to do this is to efficiently use them and not rely completely on them. This transition will make energy way more accessible to even poorer communities, as they will be cheaper and less expendable. Like I said, we'll be reliant on fossil fuels for a while. The way to do this in a healthy and way is simple: use less. This doesn't mean the world stops using everything which isn't necessary, but instead to cut down unnecessary use of fuels. Traveling a short distance, you don't need a vehicle to do that. Instead, you can walk or use electric ways to travel. Using electric counterparts of fuels is one of the best ways to cut down unnecessary use in the modern world. A lot of devices have electric counterparts which are way more efficient and healthier for the environment. This won't exactly solve the problem, but it would definitely benefit for us in the longer run when we transition toward green energy entirely. Denmark is transitioning toward green energy rapidly, unlike a lot of other countries which are basically just doing it for the sake of it and barely making any difference. As the developer of the geodesic dome, Richard Buckminster Fuller, once said, "There is no energy crisis, it's only a crisis of ignorance." Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Australia. Australia, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. A nation that can control its energy sources can control its future. One said by Mr. Barrett Obama. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Australia officially is the Commonwealth of Australia and a sovereign country comprising the mainland of Australian continent. Energy supply is a major economic and electoral issue. Even though Australia is an energy-rich country, the majority of extracted energy resources, such as thermal coal, energy, gas, and uranium, are exported. Australia fossil fuel exports in 2017 and 18 were 23.4% of Australia's total export value. Thermal and meteorological was Australia's second largest export at 15%, the share of total export. Liquefied natural gas 7.7% and crude oil, whereas 1.6%. With the vast areas where both sunshine and wind is in near constant supply, has started to emerge as the region's hub for green hydrogen production, which leans on renewable energy sources such as wind energy, solar energy, as well as hydroelectricity for the production of green hydrogen. There are four other green hydrogen projects in Australia, including the plant in Western Australia that is expected to have a generating capacity of 26 gigawatts, which is enough to produce 90 terawatts hours a year, or about the one-third of Australia's electricity production. The Snowy 2.0 initiative, already underway with the support from Australian government, is a major energy storage scheme to help deal with intermittency.
Thank you, Australia. Also, delegates, as we are ending with the committee earlier, so the timing for the chits has also changed. Now your points of information chit and substantive chit will be accepted till 2:30. You have 15 minutes in your hand. 2:30 for POI, or I'll make it 2:40. 2:40 for POI and substantive, and 2:50 is for your replies. Fine. Yes, Germany.
Ma'am, point to inquiry.
Point of inquiry. Just go ahead.
Ma'am, if I sent two POIs chat yesterday, so I will be allowed to send 12 chats in total, right?
Sorry?
I sent two chats yesterday, the POI chats, so I will be allowed to send 12 POI chats in total,
No.
right?
It was 10 per day. So you were supposed to send first 10 on day 1, next 10 on day 2.
So
Today
today
you
I
have
will
kept.
be allowed to send 10 POI chats.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
I hope the timing is clear, and by then you all will be done with your chips, I believe. Right? Or is there anybody who feels that you require more time? You can let me know if that is the case. I'll look into it if I can do something.
We can extend the time of the POIs and substantive chits till 3.
Then what I can do is 2:50, so that on 3 I close the floor for this replies as well. Okay. So POI chips and substantive till 2:50 and 3 replies. Fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Finland.
A point of inquiry. So for the substantive chit, is there some is there some format? Sorry, not the font. Sorry, font size. Is there some font size for the substantive?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Next delegate, please proceed with his wisdom.
Yes, thank you, Chair, for the recognition. Sustainable development is development that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. Good afternoon, respected Chair and my fellow delegates. The world is going far off track from achieving its shared energy and climate goals. Global CO2 emissions reached an all-time high in 2021 and fuel markets were already showing signs of strain. Positive steps were taken at the COP26 Climate Change Conference in Glasgow in November 2021, and the amount of clean energy spending in government's economic recovery plan is increasing. To achieve these goals, Japan's economy minister revealed ambitious plans to make renewable energy a major power source within the local energy mix. Under this plan, Japan aims to ensure that renewables meet up to 24% of its electricity needs by 2030. Also, the torrent of policy initiatives brought on by the oil shocks catalyzed the rapid turnaround that allowed Japan to become an efficiency superpower. Much of the industrial age was created using fossil fuels, but there is also known technology that uses other types of renewable energy such as steam, solar, and wind. The main aim of achieving real solutions for the whole world is to reduce the world's dependence on non-renewable sources and to improve overall conservation efforts. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no time remaining, Russia, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for the recognition. Russia has a federal legal system with environmental matters regulated at both the federal and regional level. At the federal level, this takes the form of codes, laws, and subordinate regulations approved by the government and other state bodies. These are supplemented further at the regional level. Codes and federal laws cover matters such as environmental protection, including environmental expert assessment, and so on. Use of natural resources, including land, subsoil, forests, water, and so on. Sanitation and epidemiology, waste management, wildlife protection, activities on the continental shelf and in the territorial area, nuclear power, and so on. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate, what is epidemiology?
Ma'am, epidemiology basically means the epidemic, the species which have become epidemic and in the wildlife. So to help it and to protect the environment, there are certain laws which have been put up by the Russian government.
Can you repeat the entire line where you mentioned epidemiology?
Yes, ma'am. Wildlife protection, use of environmental protection, including environmental expert assessment and so on, sanitation and epidemiology.
What the meaning that you gave us for epidemiology is not the exact meaning of it. I believe you are confusing.
It's a branch of medicine, but at the same time, what I meant to say it like in terms of environment, because epidemic species are being protected by the government in terms of wildlife.
So then the word differs from them. When you mention the term epidemiology, it actually changes the entire meaning of it, because epidemiology, I am a psychology student. So we know that epidemiology is not the right word to be used here because it is used for different contexts.
Yeah.
Right. So do not, I mean, I get it that we feel like that English language can be molded, but then these small words can actually, now if I wouldn't have taken a clarification, I wouldn't have given you marks on this argument. Because again, this actually changes the whole meaning of it. Right. So take care.
Yes, ma'am.
Not an issue. See, honestly, I'm not treating you guys as delegates. Why? Because I'm treating you all as people who are here to learn. And that is why I'm telling you things in between. Otherwise, I would have stressed the committee like other committees in which I go and chair. Right. But here I am in between intervening and talking to you people, discussing everything with you. So that next time wherever you go, at least you are the one who's taking a leverage over other delegates there, right?
Yes,
Okay. Not an issue. Next speaker. I hope Russia, you don't mind me intervening.
No, ma'am, not at all.
Right. Perfect. Germany, you have the floor. Go ahead. Oh no, sorry. You have time remaining. How do you wish to yield?
Ma'am, POIs.
Okay. Delegates willing to ask POI to the delegate. Why you don't want to give a try to a POI?
I'm currently writing chits in the group.
Delegate verbal POI is also very important. Now you can write still 3, but then the speeches will end. Only last 3 speakers are left. So take care from next one. Japan, do you want to ask a POI? Sorry?
No, I didn't find anything in her speech, in the Delegate of Russia Federation speech to be asked.
So we will take up France, China. Anybody else who wants to ask apart from Israel and Germany? They got chance in last. If nobody else is raising their hands, then automatically these people get a level, right? Okay. Then Germany followed by Israel.
Ma'am, there are 2 more delegates raising their hands.
I can only see France, Israel, Germany, and China. Who are 2 more delegates? China.
Mom, I thought there was someone raising the hand. Think it's no one. Sorry.
Yeah. So France, go ahead.
Thank you, sir, for recognition. Russia's environmental problem includes water and air pollution, radioactive contamination, pollution from its space program, industrial pollution, leaks from oil and gas pipelines, and declined biodiversity. What would you say? What would delegate of Russia would say on that?
Yeah. So first of all, talking about air pollution and industrial pollution, there have been GHG standards and low emission standards set by the government, which I had mentioned earlier as well. And it aims on putting 4.5% of the total 4.5% of the total population to renewable energy resources in most of the vehicles. Talking about water pollution and air pollution, there have been a lot of policies put up by the government, and I'd also mentioned many of them in the reply to the question by Delegate of Israel. And the 2 policies for air pollution are the GHG emission standards and the low emission standard set up by the Russian government.
Permission to follow up. Delegate, what would you say on radioactive contamination? You are in seas.
So, well, radioactive contamination, I totally do not agree to it. If you can give me the citation of the news from which you are taking this, it would be better. Because radioactive contamination, when Russia is putting up policies like the macroeconomy policy with the Russian Academy of Science, and it's also working on the water pollution, and radioactive contamination is not something which we agree to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next delegate that we have is delegate of China. China, go ahead.
Yeah, Delegate of Russia, as you mentioned about the nuclear power plants, there are 38 nuclear plants in Russia. At the end of 2021, there were 15 more under construction. So what's Russia's reaction on the nuclear waste that is being released?
See, there were 15 more under construction, I agree, but the problem is that due to the war, which was inevitable right now, all of the constructions are at hold currently. No progress is going on inside the country. And the war wasn't our, of course, choice. It was inevitable. So this can only be done once the war ends.
Please to follow up.
Granted.
But what about the nuclear waste that is being released by the working nuclear power plants?
Like I said, we have put many policies, and right now there is no progress which we are doing on the nuclear power plants or any policies which were coming up at the current due to the war which is going on, and these problems can only be taken over once the war ends.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. On Germany, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So delegate of Germany has a question for delegate of Russia, that Russia's brutal invasion in its neighboring country has created inflation and worldwide with an energy crisis. Because of this, countries are having food shortages. So how does Russia explain this?
See, Russia cannot be held responsible for the energy crisis. Russia's war with Ukraine was inevitable because we had warned Ukraine several times before doing the war to not join the NATO aligned countries. But when Ukraine did not listen to it, of course, we had to do a war because Ukraine wasn't allowed to do us according to the Soviet Union policies, which happened after the dissolution of Soviet Union. There were some agreements between the countries, between the member states, and it did not allow Ukraine to join other countries and do a war on Russia because they were about to invade Russia, which was recently declared by Vladimir Putin. So this war was not our choice. First of all, we had warned Ukraine several times before the war not to do so and not to join the NATO aligned countries. So if this has happened, if this has led to energy crisis or food shortages anywhere, so Ukraine should be held responsible for it, since it did not listen to us and not Russia, because Russia actually did it like a defend measure, because Ukraine along with the NATO aligned countries was about to invade our country. So before it could do something like that, we invaded Ukraine.
Ma'am, please to follow up.
Granted.
So Russia, like just now you said, Ukraine was about to have a merger with NATO countries and they were going to invade your country. So what is your source of information that they were going to do so? Because this is a very big statement that they were planning to invade your country. So you, in a different defense major, you invaded Ukraine.
Yeah, so this is a statement which was put by Vladimir Putin, and since the NATO aligned countries have been an enemy of Russia since a very long time, maybe World War II or after, Russia never had good relations with the NATO aligned countries. So of course, if a country which is near to us, and if it joins our opposite or our enemy, so we'll of course as a defend measure try to as a defend measure we'll do something about it, because they don't have good relations with our country. Of course they are our opponents, and once they are friends with Ukraine, they'll try to invade our country. This is an inevitable fact.
Thank you, Delegate of Russia.
Thank you. Israel, go ahead.
Yes. Delegate of Russia, like there were several policies which were introduced by Russia for the energy crisis, not only for energy crisis, for saving the environment, like natural resources and all. Like decree number 666 was one of the latest policy which was signed by the president, the Russian president, on November 4, 2020. So like there are many sources which are telling us that the like during the Ukraine war, Putin literally forgot all about it. Russia literally forgot about the policy and what they had signed, what they introduced, what things were introduced in that policy about saving the environment and all. So the Russian government exactly went against it. So what would you like to say about that?
We did not go against it, but of course we'll focus on something which is of much greater importance right now. For us, what is much greater importance is not letting the NATO aligned countries invade Russia and to protect our country. That is something which is of more greater importance than putting up policies and working on them. Of course, it is. Of course, we are going to work on them, but currently the main thing which we have to focus on is the war, and we cannot let it go that way, because if we wouldn't have done it, then of course Russia would have been in a danger currently.
Please do follow-up question, Chair.
Go ahead.
Yes, so Russia, in your whatever the answer you gave me right now, you are saying that there are more important things like this. The policy was about a nature and environment. So do you want to like indirectly say that the environment has less important than war?
No, of course we are not saying that, but the lives of people of our country is more important than the environment. The lives of people are much important than putting up policies for the environment. Right now we put a policy, that doesn't mean that in 2 months everything will be done, and to put a policy, it takes actually 15 or 20 years to act upon it and to see the results. It's just not a day, it's just not a 1 day or 2 day matter that we today put the policy and we'll get the results tomorrow. But the lives of people is actually the most important thing which we are concerning right now, and hence the war.
Thank you. Next up, we have Germany. Germany, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, for recognition. The truth is, the world is changing and we all are dependent on that world. It provides us food, water, and air. It is the most precious thing we have and we must defend it. The entire world is struggling to keep the lights on. Different region, different policy, but the same results and the problem of energy crisis. Even Germany has been hit with the energy crunch, but it is trying its best to come out of it in a sustainable and a greener way. Germany has introduced many policies such as transforming our world 2030, carbon tax on fossil fuels, and energy day, and many more. Germany is home to moreover 1.86 million energy generating solar voltaic sites. In 2021, wind energy has again the largest share in German electricity. Currently, 34 geothermal energy plants are in operation in Germany, of which 25 produce heat and 4 produce electricity and heat together. And combined geothermal plants are providing both heat and electricity. There are more than 7,222 hydropower plants in Germany. Germany is also going to install 3 LNG terminals in next 5 years. To overcome this situation, we need to transfer to renewable sources, lower down our dependency on fossil fuel, and we also need to come up with innovative and new ideas. Thank you.
As there are 4 seconds remaining, we won't accommodate any rules. Next speaker we have is Delegate of USA.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. Be polite, switch off the light. There is no population as compared to the sources. During the COVID-19 lockdown, US federal agencies have eased fuel efficiency standards for new cars. The paper reports, with relaxing EPA rules and enforcement for the air and water quality, the USA Environmental Protection Agency, it also enforces federal laws on clean water
and safe drinking water. Every individual should implement some self-guiding rules like use task lighting, fix the leaky faucet. When we are not at home, turn off the air conditioner. When the sun is bright, say no to tube light. So we all can take inspiration from each other and make this change happen. After all, we humans have only separated the earth into pieces, but it is our own land and we should come together to save it and give it a longer life. Thank you.
24 seconds remaining. How do you wish to yield?
The delegate of USA would like to yield the time to chair.
Thank you. Before we take up China, we'll recognize few more speakers on the list for the sake of procedures. Probably these speakers would not get a chance to speak out. They are dummy speakers, so delegates willing to add their name. Any one of you can add. It is for the procedures, honestly. Thank you. Germany, UAE. Germany, UAE are enough. Thank you. China, go ahead.
Thank you, ma'am. Honorable delegates and the executive board, as we all know, we and already have been speaking on, sustainable energy is one of the most important aspects of living in a peaceful and safe world. With development of countries, the economic development of the sustainable energy is also important. With the beginning of the 21st century, the growth and usage of the renewable and alternative sources of energy increased and is still increasing gradually. With unstable economies of all the countries in the world due to the Russian war and the COVID-19, the use of renewable resources has been very significant because of the increasing prices of oil and all the fossil fuels, including the fuels needed for the vehicles to run. As Chinese renewable manufacturing has grown, the costs of renewable energy technologies have dropped dramatically. Innovation has helped, but the main driver of reduced costs has been market expansion. In 2015, China became the world's largest producer of photovoltaic power with 43 gigawatts of total installed capacity. From 2005 to 2014, production of solar cells in China has expanded 100-fold. However, China is not expected to achieve grid parity when an alternate source of energy is as cheap or cheaper than power purchased from the grid until 2022. The renewable and sustainable energy and its resources being cheaper has led to the growth in the economies of the countries of the world despite the two disasters. In general, many countries have found that renewable energy enhances growth in high growth sectors, that is, the services sector in high income economies and the manufacturing sector in middle income economies. Hence, sustainable energy's economic development is necessary for the world's economic stability. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no time remaining, we won't accommodate any view. With this, are there any points on the floor? QA, so what point do you raise?
The delegate of UAE raised his hand by mistake.
Fine. Are there any motions on this floor? China, you're recognized. I need only one vote. China, you're recognized. Go ahead.
The delegate board of China wishes to suspend the formal debate to start an unmoderated caucus for the making of the recommendation paper for the total time being 40 minutes.
You cannot propose a motion for 40 minutes because the maximum time is 20 minutes. You asked one for 20 minutes, I'll give you extension on my decision. Please rephrase the motion.
Okay, so delegate of China wishes to suspend the formal debate to start an unmoderated caucus for the making of the recommendation paper for total time being 20 minutes. Thank you.
It is in order, but then you do not need to specify why you need a vote. No need to specify that, okay? Right, the motion is in order. Delegates in favor may raise their hands now. Have a clear majority. So this motion passes. Ma'am, you can stop the screen share. Guys, before we move into an unmoderated caucus, on your screens, you will be able to see this one option. of reactions, and there is a virtual clap. Can we do that? So, ma'am, she has been screen sharing since morning and helping us out. Thank you so much, ma'am, for that, and to other secretariat members as well for helping us out. Right. Fine. With this, you all can one of you can screen share, and you have 20 minutes, but then I'll extend it. Fine. So don't worry. Also remember that your floor for POSs and substantive ships is closing in 10 minutes and for types in 20 minutes. Right. So you all can begin. Floor is all yours. I'll unmute myself and just monitor it.
Should I share the screen for the document?
Myself, sir. Yeah.
So, do you have that format which was showed yesterday?
Yes, we have the screenshot on the group.
Right.
I think we can all send the solutions on the chat or maybe on the informal group, and then we can just see which ones are common and just take out those and.
Sure.
I
We
guess
can use our speeches too, right? The ones we put in our speeches, we can use them too.
Yeah, first it will be
those.
better to decide it like verbally.
Okay, I've just 1 second. We can we can just we can divide the solutions into long-term and
Delegate?
short-term policies.
Just one thing, I'm sorry to intervene. Just send your solutions in Zoom chat till the time the floor is not closing. So just, as there will be a mixing and merging of questions and everything. Right? Now you can continue.
Okay, so shall we put the solutions on the chat?
Zoom chat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can do that.
Because
So the very first solution will be like transitioning to green energy. That's the minor.
Yes.
So just note that.
We can.
Everyone can share the solutions which are most important or which are common. We can choose them.
Yeah.
Let's
we can divide the solutions into.
And see what's common.
We can divide the solutions into short-term and long-term policies.
Many delegates have been speaking about same solutions.
Yeah, exactly. Let's just send all our solutions and see which ones are common. We'll write them first.
Yeah.
Should we send the solutions to like everyone or like only to
everyone?
Yeah.
Everyone's in the Zoom chat. For now, stop the sharing.
Okay. Just let us know that when everyone has sent their solutions, all solutions, right?
Kashish? Kashish? Kashish, are you able to hear me?
I think she's not able to hear you, ma'am.
Yeah, because
ma'am must have assigned some.
Yeah, I think she must have assigned some work to them.
Yes, some work to them.
Can everyone send the solution in one line, 1 or 2 lines, not in brief?
Delegate of Denmark, I guess that these many solutions are more than enough.
Yeah, right. We can.
Just give me 1 minute.
Just a second. Ma'am, can you hear me? I was having some technical glitches.
Yes, I'm able to hear you.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am. Please tell me.
I just wanted to instruct the children that when any video is playing in the closing ceremony, they need to keep their own videos turned off.
Oh, okay, okay. Right. Also, ma'am, can we allow them to screen share the document then?
Where in the closing ceremony?
Right now, right now.
Right now, yes, they can.
Yeah, guys, you can continue with the discussion.
Delegate of Denmark, you can just type the
times.
first
Kashish, another thing is, would you require the break from 3 to 4?
4 to 5.
Delegates, can we skip this break because we are anyways ending the committee earlier?
Yes, ma'am. We
Sure, we don't need this
We
break.
can do that.
Right, ma'am. So we don't think so. We'll be reading the break.
Just give me 1 minute. I'm tapping all the solutions. Just give me 1
That
minute.
is, the solutions cannot be put onto one line because everybody has many solutions.
Many solutions.
Yeah.
Exactly. We were told like 30 solutions, I guess.
We need at least 30
No,
solutions.
actually, I was telling that
Delegate of
single
Denmark is
solution in one line and you can tell different solutions.
Array,
Yeah, I was talking about
Like in
that
different
way.
points, no?
Yeah, so we don't have to brief anything, right, in the solutions.
No, just send
No,
whatever.
I think we can just write it at one line, like
Yeah,
one
just the
solution,
concrete
one or
point.
two line.
Yes, actually, no, but 1 or 2 lines, like it won't be like so accurate, right?
Just put whatever you have. We can cut it short while typing it out.
Yeah, cut it short while typing. And Delegate of Denmark, I guess that instead of typing all the solution, you can just do copy paste.
Yeah, that's.
we
I
can
think what-
improvise or just change whatever is needed while he's typing or copying, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
Just,
yeah,
all the delegates, please keep an eye on what is typing. So if you have any objection on what he's typing, please tell.
Also, the points are repeating, so you have to take care of that.
yeah. No,
Yeah.
or probably first, if they like copy paste all the points, then we can like delete
So
one.
Delegate of Denmark, copy it one by one, not
Yeah, not everything together.
First, type this thing out. Commission on the status of.
See, first you can type that one, renewable sources of energy, because that's the main point.
That's like, let's not just write renewable sources of energy. Let's divide it into multiple things. Hydroelectricity, like that.
Yeah, and also for the agenda which you have written now, you have written every word ka first letter in capital, like global energy crisis in a sustainable manner.
Yeah, so it should be small, like the starting letters.
See, global energy crisis can be written in capital letters.
Yeah,
right?
in a
Just,
sustainable manner, you can put it small letters.
right.
Oh yeah, the Delegate of Japan has sent all the steps together in one chat. So probably like we should take those.
Where is it?
I thought as per but I thought I just made 5 steps.
Yes,
Hold
it's in the
on,
chat.
on this line, commission on the status of.
Delegate, you can first type the main solution, which is use of renewable resources.
Yes, actually the main.
Or else what we can do
Because
is
the main points, we can type the main points first and then the side solutions at the last.
Sorry.
The main solutions first and other solutions at the last.
Okay, sure.
Yeah, I guess that 30 solutions are more than enough.
I guess what else we can do is that we can.
Ma'am
just,
told that.
Yeah, ma'am told 24 to 30 yesterday.
Yeah.
So we'll make
Ma'am
30.
told that she doesn't want more than 20.
No, she doesn't want more than.
Let's.
Yeah, she doesn't want more than 30.
So first to copy paste all of them, then we'll decide. Then we'll choose what to keep. You just copy paste all of them.
First copy all of them and then we'll read.
Yeah, we'll decide the ones which are the most accurate. We'll keep them and the others will delete.
Delegate. First, let's type it one by one because there are many solutions which are common.
Yeah, so then we'll
delete it easily.
Yeah, we'll delete it afterwards.
Or else what we can do is just paste all the solutions that you have made in a single format, and he can just copy paste the whole solution, and from that the common ones can be taken and the rest of them can be cut.
See, you all can see the charts, right?
Yeah.
So let's do one thing. You all tell me whatever the main things are. I'll keep typing it out, and if there's corrections, I'll tell you.
It will take a lot of time.
Whatever solution.
Copy pasting will be like.
No, you do copy pasting first, and then later on we can check what is correct.
Okay, sure. So, do I copy paste single point I've gotten?
Yeah, everything you copy
Yes, copy paste everything.
Then later on, we'll decide on what is wrong and what
Yeah,
is
and then
right.
we will format everything.
Yeah, this is a delegate of Israel. I copy pasted everything, but actually it is really getting hard. So probably we should think about typing itself.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. We'll type it one by one. And Delegate of Denmark just mark the bullets as numbers, not as image bullets.
Yeah. And we even have to put the
These all things we'll do later on. First, to just type all of that, copy paste.
yeah,
You
we'll
can put
format
the
it
format
later.
and stuff later.
Yeah,
And
we'll,
we'll take formatting on after the
Delegate.
delegate, I guess that you should minimize the video screen.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
Okay.
it's not
Okay.
visible. Yeah,
the
you
all
should
points are
minimize
not
the video
visible.
screen.
Is it visible now?
No.
No.
Have to minimize
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, that's
I was opening the chat screen and I had to copy paste from the chat. That's why.
Okay.
You can copy paste it once.
I
All
guess
of
that these many solutions are fine. So like we can stop sending these solutions now.
Yeah. Now we
See, there are many common solutions. We need to delete them. There are many
Yeah.
common
That we have to do.
So after every solution,
Yeah, so let's check if they.
So that you can put everything.
Let's check if there are. Yeah, let's check if there are 20 to 25 solutions. So individual solutions, and if not, we have to add some more solutions.
No, I guess that even if we cut now, these solutions will be about 20 at least.
Yeah, let's check.
Yeah.
Because what's this?
Achha, now it's done. We don't need any more solutions.
Yes.
A lot. We'll just elaborate on them and stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually.
Now you can
Delegate
start
of
from the
Denmark.
beginning and start checking what is repeating, what is not in capital letters. And
Yeah,
everything.
because it will take
Yeah.
time and this
Can
unmoderate
somebody
caucus.
Like
Yeah, continue delegate
can
of
somebody
China.
Somebody was saying something now.
can somebody note which points are done? For example, EV's points is done, or green transition point is done, because we should keep a note that it doesn't come twice or thrice.
I think we can also combine the short ones, like population should we check, every home and school should practice rainwater harvesting. Those ones we
Delegate
have
of
to
Denmark.
Yeah,
combine.
I guess first
Yeah.
delegate of Denmark can copy paste everything and later
Ah,
we
let's
can
just
see
copy
Just
paste
copy
everything.
what
paste
is
everything,
right
yeah.
and what's wrong. That
Yeah,
would be
we'll
much
discuss
more
that.
easier.
And then we later format it.
Yeah.
Where did my mouse go? Huh?
Yeah.
And check the spelling mistakes. We have to check the spelling mistakes.
I will check those.
Yeah, first
Yeah.
copy paste everything and then we'll just
Then we'll
discuss.
check the
We'll
whole
go point
paper
by
only.
point and then
Yeah.
we'll also change the spelling mistake. We'll delete some points. And I guess it will easily go about 20.
Yeah. At least 25.
Yeah, don't take that much time, I think. So,
Yeah, because we only have an unmoderated caucus of 20 minutes and 10 minutes already done. So more like 7 minutes.
Ma'am said that she will increase the time.
She says
but
6 months
She
extra.
will give us an
then-
extension, right?
Delegates, may I help you with one thing? May I give you a suggestion if you all are open to it?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Do one thing. Instead of one delegate copy pasting, it would take your entire time in copy pasting. What you can do is give each one of you 5 minutes. Prepare a Google Docs with an open link that everyone can edit. And everybody put your solution, leaving a gap to somebody else's solution.
Yes.
Fine. After that, you can format that document.
Yeah, that would be great.
We'll do a Google only.
Ma'am actually has already done this much.
Yeah, ma'am.
there's
Actually, we
a
have
lot of
already
it already.
copied pasted
He's
Yes, ma'am.
already
all the
copied a lot of
solutions.
Yes,
stuff.
that's already
And
most.
also, can you scroll up a bit on the top, exactly top? What is Commission on the United Nations Environment? Commission on the Status of Women is a UN committee that functions. You just need to write United Nations Environment Program. That is your committee. What is Commission on the United Nations Environment Program?
Okay.
Yeah.
So far the top of the document is correct, right?
Yeah.
Just write before the agenda. You need to write recommendation paper
Oh,
above the agenda.
Above the agenda.
Above the end,
You can take next 20-25 minutes as well. Fine. Go ahead. Keep working.
I'm almost done with the copy pasting.
Yeah, so you can start numbering now.
It's almost done. It's not
First,
I think we can just
read
first
the
read
point.
the points and then we can number it.
Give me minutes to complete the thing.
Yeah, just complete it and then you just tell us.
Did someone call?
The delegate of Denmark, you can number them, and if the points are common, so I will tell that which points are common, so you can cut one of them.
So,
Or
I'm done with the.
Started.
Or combine one of them, or combine both of them.
That's 4 pages.
Just do control A, right? You could have said control.
So it's more than
You would
30.
select the headings to.
It's more than 35, I think.
Actually, I think that now we should start it. Like we should check all.
Yeah, who wants to read it?
So there we have like how many points do we have? 44.
44. Yeah.
A lot of them are
the
duplicates.
short, most of them are the short sentences.
The short sentences pehle because I doubt they're any use.
See, we'll combine those two sentences or points.
Okay, so let's start from the beginning. We'll start reading each and every sentence and
Take a step to promoting renewable sources. We can expand this right into something.
We can just simply write
No,
moving
in the
towards
example ma'am showed us.
renewable
green energy transition.
It's
already done.
In the example ma'am showed us, the points were way larger than like 1 or 2 lines.
Yeah, so what you do is you write promoting green transition and then in only write green transition and in the bracket you can write promoting the use of renewable resources. Only green transition and then you can write
Green energy transition. It's green energy transition.
Green energy transition. Promoting only green energy transition.
First and sixth.
No, it's okay, na? Promoting green energy.
Promoting the use of renewable resources.
Delegate. First and sixth point can be combined. See, it's the same thing, right? Government should introduce policies which would help to provide clean and green energy to all parts.
Yeah, it's actually a bit different about. It's talking about government. Right?
Phrase it once.
We can just write it as 1.1, like we saw.
The sub points, yeah.
We can do that.
Copy pasted as 1.1.
Yeah. Promoting green energy transition.
Shit.
It should be 1.1.
No, it should be 1.1. Listen,
it is 1.1.
Make it 1.1. Promotion of green energy transition.
1.1 point.
It's better like just put a bullet point over there. Everyone will understand that.
You can do one thing. Don't put it as a bullet. Put it in the sentence.
Achha, okay.
That will be better because you won't get bullets of 1.1.
1.1.
Right.
Like people are aware about system energy motivate them to innovate should be in small letter, na first.
The entire sentence will have to edit because I doubt it's.
Yeah.
Make people aware about. Hold on.
So first of all, you have to put innovate. It's in beginning. They have written it in innovate new techniques for energy conservation and conversion.
Motivate them to
innovate. Should you come?
We can write it as creating awareness about controlled use of etc.
It's written in
instead of right. Zishan, why delegate of Denmark? Why are you deleting the entire sentence?
Okay, I thought you meant removing the entire thing.
Hey, you can just okay, fine. Continue, delegate of Germany.
Just you can write creating awareness. Like instead of make people aware, you can write creating awareness.
Instead of creating,
yeah, that sounds more formal.
Delegate of Denmark. Instead, we can just copy point 5.
Spread awareness. At the point 5, awareness and spread awareness in scientists and research.
Yeah, it is. Okay, yeah, this is fine.
It doesn't make sense. What?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
The sentence formation is wrong. The sentence formation is wrong.
Researchers make in spreading awareness in youth and in schools. In the youth, you can write there.
See, we have
Spread
already
awareness among the youth about the controlled use of. Hold on.
Controlled.
I'll just raise it once. Spread awareness to the youth and the young generation about controlled use of existing energy and motivate them to innovate.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, this then yeah, it's okay.
About controlled use of.
See, and we can mention about the schools as 2.1 and 2.2, right?
Existing energy is just energy.
Actually, making sub point for each and every point will consume a lot of time.
Yeah.
Let's do it quicker. Instead of existing energy, it should be just energy, I guess.
Yeah.
The okay.
Because every energy's awareness should be spread.
Now the third point, invest in artificial intelligence technology.
That's not really a major point. Let's put it at the very last if we need it.
Actually,
can you delete it?
Delete it.
For now, I'll just strike through it. If we need it later.
Yeah, okay.
Research
and faster decomposition. See, we can.
I don't get it. What does it mean?
No, this is not
not an important.
No.
Yeah, this is not an
accurate
point.
Cut it.
For this one, also cut it.
Yeah, because it's not an accurate point.
Takes regular strict text.
Yeah, this can be a point, na? We have to take care of the oil leaks to ensure there's no wastage of the resources.
Regular checks should be conducted in multiple areas of your country to take care of the leaks and ensure there's no wastage of resources.
I think this can come under precautions and precautionary measures.
Come in solutions too, I guess. I don't know.
No, it comes to solution, no?
Solutions on no.
I know. I mean, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
So you can put checks in small letters.
I'll correct it.
At last, we'll read the document.
It should be like in all areas of the country, right? All areas of the country.
Yeah, delete.
Okay. In
all areas of the country.
The energy audit is a process that.
Make sure you can write ensure.
Hold on, where is?
To make sure, to ensure that there are.
Ensure that
there are no leaks and.
Yeah, this point is correct. Let's move to the next one then.
Yes,
ensure that it should be that.
Ensure that there are no
ensure
leaks.
that there are no leaks and prevent.
Ensure. I don't think you need the that there.
See, we can do one thing.
Okay, that should be there.
In this, can we mention about the security and infrastructure of the industry?
You'll probably find this in the 40 points you already have, which is not right now.
Yeah, let's move to the second.
Yeah.
Fifth point, the energy audit is a process that helps you identify the
No, it's just telling about the energy audit as
not a solution.
It's like a definition. Yeah, just remove this one.
Yes.
Most countries
it's telling us to something.
Several green energy resources.
The same thing, na? Promoting green energy transition or this.
1.1 kya? Should I put it in?
No, it's the same thing.
Geothermal should start being a promise.
Same thing again.
It's the same thing.
Same thing, yeah.
It's the total same thing.
Shouldn't we elaborate? They must put in green hydrogen as delete this one.
Green hydrogen.
Yeah. Use the dependence, you can delete that.
Yeah, you can add this one in 1.2 that we also have to reduce our dependence on the fossil fuels.
See, there are many points.
Also, one thing. Why are few delegates not participating? I have seen France muting, Norway also not speaking that much. Why are you not participating? Is it not your committee? Everybody should be participative. That is the reason why I'm giving you extra time so that all of you, give your inputs. UA is not speaking. Why is it so? Everybody speak up, please. Continue.
Should I delete the 6th point because
And
delegate of Denmark. Delegate of Denmark. We
continue.
just made a separate point we can make a separate point of the fossil fuels because there are many points on fossil fuels.
I think,
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
actually.
Reducing fossil fuels or like something like
Okay,
that.
sure.
I will cut the 1.2.
Yeah, cut 1.2 and I think so like the
We
You just
can
strike it
add
off
many
for
point, many other points.
currently just strike it off.
No, we can add many other points in 1.2. So just keep 1.2, cut the reduce.
So,
Or the
we'll do it.
dependence on fossil fuels.
Why not we revert back to what it was?
Okay. Let's move on to the next point.
Short-term fuels, sixth and 7th point, no.
no, yeah, delete them. Delete them.
They don't make sense. You should include some
Why
You
you are
can do that, nah. You can
Yeah, but then
do
this
that.
Already.
That will come under
1.2.
green energy.
1.2.
No, that can be 1.2.
Yeah, that.
It is already there in third, right? Spreading awareness among the youth and all. So,
Yeah.
But not
there's
exactly.
nothing
Right? So we can write it as a sub
I
point.
think this should not be in 1.2 because it's entirely different thing, and
Yeah.
promotion to green energy transition is a different thing. This
Different.
one's
Promoting green
related to
transition.
this one's related to government, and the schools and government institute wala relates to the awareness. So it's entirely different thing.
3.1.
It will be
Write it as
3.1.
3.1.
Put that in 3.1, okay?
Yeah,
Yeah,
you
we'll
can
put it in
add this in
3.1.
3.1.
3.1, not 8.
I'll have to.
You just type it in the sentence, don't use it
That's
as
what I'm doing.
Delegate of Denmark, don't type it. We don't have that much time. Just
Copy
copy and
paste the
paste it.
whole
Na?
thing.
Copy paste,
So
yeah.
much
Point
easier.
comes with it.
Yeah,
It's
and delete the strikeout one.
so first like backspace the number and then it turns into a paragraph.
Acha, and in the second
Yeah,
point,
now do it.
in the second point also you can put it dependence mein D E N C. It's D E N C.
This is what's happening.
And can you give spaces? You can give spaces after a single point because it look good.
See this. I'll add the spaces later.
Just leave this and you can.
In the dependence the spelling you can put E. Instead
Yeah.
of
Yeah, dependent.
It's wrong spelling.
Yeah.
When is dependent written? Hold on.
second point, A instead
Yeah,
of
it should be E.
Depending,
Regular section.
That's the same point. Yeah.
Yeah, delete it.
You can
Delete the
add
fourth
the
one.
Energy transition, you have to specify
Yeah,
about that. Now.
Regular checks. The
you
fourth
can
point
remove the
is the
sixth
same.
one.
Fourth and fifth are actually the same.
Same, yeah. Actually, we should
almost the
delete
same.
them. The fourth,
Yeah.
fifth.
Yes, fifth one also. This one delete.
See, you can add it as 3.2, the fourth one, I guess.
No, fourth one is something
Yeah,
entirely different.
fourth.
Yeah,
On the
let
next
fourth
page,
be a
which those are
different
the-
point. Let fourth
And
be a
even
different-
fifth one can be applicable aviation.
We need to have more points. We can't just keep removing them.
Yeah, let fifth
yeah.
one be there.
We
We
have
can
30.
move to the seventh one.
Yeah.
Energy simulation 1/5 के बाद 7.
There's
Yeah, we'll change the numbers.
Okay,
Yeah, we'll
it's okay,
change it
but
later in
yeah.
We'll change it
formatting.
later. Yeah,
we'll
just
change
This
it
also
later.
works.
afterwards.
This is this one also works. The seventh point.
The big copies.
the green revolution, the eighth one you have to put it in capital, the first letter.
I will
Yeah.
check grammar later.
Array, let's first talk
Russia.
It's
about
very big, we can just cut off some part of it.
Off fossil fuels, I guess it should be
Cut off one F.
I think
Yeah,
we'll just
actually-
first
Cut one F from that off.
Hold on.
Second, from 7 point.
Yeah, actually, in the seventh point, now from use of polluting gases, it is kind of
Yeah,
same.
that
So delete it from use of less
that's my
polluting
point.
gases.
I don't
Yeah.
cut off.
Delete it.
You
Cut
can-
Entire thing.
it.
In point 9, there is a spelling mistake.
Then
Practice
you can add it.
reported.
we'll check the spelling mistakes
To check the
later.
spelling and grammar later. Let's just confirm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
The
let's
eighth point is also okay, but we can add overpopulation should be in check instead of population in check. We can write over. Array, just
Acha, okay.
Why did you delete it entirely off?
undo it and just write over.
overpopulation.
Okay. Yeah. overpopulation should be in check.
Rainwater harvesting, na every home and school should practice.
Yeah, it's in. Yeah, there's been.
You already right.
But then how is it a solution to
how is
Global
rainwater
energy
happening?
crisis, and this doesn't like match.
Yeah, it's
Match.
serving
Lines
water.
will remove.
It's matching about water
Yeah,
pollution.
yeah.
Delete it.
It will remove.
Delete that one.
Delete this
Uh,
one.
delegate-
Yeah. Surround
No, you
water
can add it
on
as
Ninth one is fine.
At
Not so
point.
accurate, but it's fine.
Yeah, we can do it.
Yeah. 10th one.
I think we can use the 9th one in like
Let's
various
put in
ways
sub
in
points.
which, like
We
renewable
need
energy
more
is
points.
being
We
Yeah,
need to put up points. It's not-
another solution.
Yeah, the 10th one is good.
It's good. 11th one use 11th one is also good. 12th
11th one out of 10th one, no?
12th one is
Uh-huh.
not good because we
No,
have
but the 10th is only talking about that electricity, मतलब bulbs and stuff.
Yes.
But the 11th
11th.
point includes
Let's go.
everything, each and everything.
you
So
combine
let it be. We can
You
move
can
to the
elaborate
12th.
Delete
the 11th one. If
Delete
possible.
No, it's okay,
You
right?
can add the 10
Yes.
point.
Yeah, fine. We'll
You
use
can
the
add the
11th
10
one, 12th
point
one. I
to
don't think
1.3.
You're saying something.
See, you can add the 10 point to the first one, green energy transition.
No, I think it works like this. We need more points actually.
We need points.
Yeah,
okay.
we only 31 points.
Even 12th one is fine.
12th
It's a
one is
different
fine.
solution.
Yes.
The smart
This
grid
modern-
solution and smart
yeah.
cities. Yeah, it's okay. The 13th one,
Nation-
nation can tax.
Taxes.
Yeah, this is also good.
I think this will
Yeah,
come under the
13 one,
government
13 ones also work.
Nations can implement the carbon tax for reducing the.
14th one. There should be a strain on non-renewable resources for the consumption. Good.
We already have.
That would be under
Yeah, it's
overpopulation,
same.
right? In a way.
Overconsumption and overpopulation, different things.
Both.
But it's actually related, right? In a way. Overpopulation leads to overconsumption.
Both development.
I think we can just combine it as one sentence.
The 14th one doesn't make any sense. It's not a solution.
Yeah, it's just a thing
Yeah.
which the country should do with
It's what
the
It's actually
country.
like a
regarding
stance or
climate change.
something.
Delete.
Yeah, delete.
Yeah, delete that.
We
one.
have to make
This one
20
we already
solutions,
have.
right? 20
Yeah.
24.
solutions.
This one we already
At
have.
least 25 we can.
Delete the 14th one.
Instead of cutting it, you can add it in the points as sub points, right? Why are you cutting
It's basically the same thing. There's no use doing that.
Yeah, suppose
It's actually the same. Yeah, as the same.
Using lighting controls. What
The 10th and 14th one are related, I guess.
we should remove a point.
Yeah.
no, remove the 14th
We
one.
should put
Remove the 14th
sub
one.
point.
Yeah, remove the 14th one.
Wait, lighting controls are different and this is different.
They're different.
Yeah.
Yeah, Baba.
Okay, just undo it.
Yeah, control there.
Okay, then it's fine. Number of
Yeah, no.
the 15th word the 15 one works as well.
The
Number of
I think that will come under that aviation and electric one.
Yeah, so one idea, let's keep the 15th one.
Don't put it as a sub point. Leave it be.
Yeah,
let it be like that.
Yeah.
You need
The
points.
16th one is repeated.
Yeah, it's repeated.
the 16th one is repeated.
Yeah, so delete it.
To generate, you don't need that.
Even the 16th one is repeated again.
Should be increased.
16th one is
Delete.
repeated.
Delete.
16th one is repeated.
Yeah, even
It is done again.
This
This
one
one
is
has also
repeated.
been
This
done.
is
Yeah,
repeated.
it's the same.
17th one is also done.
This doesn't make sense. Increase tax on fossil. You already have
Yeah,
this.
and it's already done. The carbon.
Yeah, somewhere.
Yeah, done.
Delete that one.
16 point is done.
It's actually the same
See,
again.
you can keep the
Upgrading our
17th,
country
17 point.
The 16th point is good, I guess, upgrading.
It's
the
okay, it's
country.
okay.
Okay, it's nice.
Yeah, it's
I will
okay.
just keep it or else.
Nice.
What's the 17th?
Yeah.
The number of renewable energy sources launched. No, it doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
No,
but
no,
actually,
no.
delete it, but we actually
Okay,
need a
let's
point.
switch to like that.
Driving more fuel efficient.
Yeah, this one is
Right,
the
put it
17th one is fine.
17 one is fine.
It's okay, nice.
More fuel efficient.
Mine.
Yeah, it's the same.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is repeating.
Yeah, the 18th one is repeating.
Hydropower.
No,
This is
it's
also 18th one is also
No, coal.
getting repeated.
It's repeating.
We have only
18th one is fine.
Yeah,
now.
18 one's fine.
Yeah.
19th one is
Fine.
also fine, and
It's also
20th
better.
it's okay.
Just for the 18th one, remove that except wala part. Country can introduce several policies. Yeah.
20th one is repeating, right?
Yes.
Yes, now from where will we get most six ideas? Like most six.
I
No,
think
20
There are
are
more.
minimum.
yeah, we
20 are
can just do
minimum.
20 na. It's
Yeah,
fine.
so we need one more.
Plan one of the points. Instead of green energy transmission, hold on.
We are making 2 point
Or
different.
we can do the sub points as a point as only.
Ah,
We can
we
do
have to
that.
Let's do that.
Yeah.
Copy 1.12 as 20.
Remove the sub point, make it as a
Yeah.
point itself.
Controls. Yeah.
Because we all are quite tired now.
This also.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fine.
just do
Yes,
that.
all.
Yeah, better.
Yeah, that's better. Yeah. The 7.
Yeah, 6.
What's
7.
happened?
Okay.
It's done now. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
Yeah, now probably
Yeah,
we should call
21
the
are
chair.
there.
21's okay,
21
right?
are there.
Delegates, it's 5 minutes. After that, it will be almost 40 minutes. How long do you need?
Ma'am, 21 solution is enough, right?
Yeah, it is.
And I put it at the.
Yeah, ma'am, so
yeah.
done 21 solutions are done then, ma'am.
Do
Huh.
it a little. Okay.
It is just straight
Delegate of US, those many points are
I
fine.
think it's the
It's
same.
fine.
Once you are done with the document, email it on my email ID in Word as well as PDF format.
So, is there anything else that I have to edit?
Denmark, delegate of Denmark, can you just show it like from the
Beginning
upper
to
part
top.
to like
Yeah,
the first page?
I'll
Beginning
first
to the end.
myself
Okay.
edit it. So you can send it in Word doc format. I'll myself edit it if there are any errors. After that only we'll discuss it in the committee. Take 5 minutes last and send it to me.
So you can send it because if
Yeah, it's okay. We have discussed everything.
Yeah, we have
Yeah.
it's like
Do you need to
okay.
underline the points, each and every
No
point, because
need.
it
No,
was
no,
done?
No.
It was done in the
No, it
You
wasn't.
can bold it.
No,
Not looking
I don't
and
think we
the
have to underline the points.
Yeah,
the
Hold on,
font
let's see.
size is correct, right? The font size is
Keep
correct.
it 12.
It's 14.
Yes.
okay, fine, you can
14 or
send
12.
it now.
No, it's
Times
12.
New Roman.
Times two.
Correct.
You can send it now.
Just see the format once and
Yes,
then
send
you can
it
send.
on mail. Send it on mail to ma'am.
Hold on. We'll just
You
pause.
can just stop sharing now.
That's it, right? Save document. Just the Word file, not PDF, right?
Both.
Both the ma'am said both.
I guess ma'am want to edit it, so
Yeah,
First
Edit
we'll
it as a
require a
Word
Word
file.
file. First we'll require a docs file.
As a Word file, she will edit it if she wants.
And then we can convert it to PDF.
Chair, when will we get to know the results, like the awards?
The closing ceremony is at 6.
Today?
So ma'am, what will we do after this? Are we going to get a break?
We will just go ahead with the reading of the document and then the committee will only end. And then you all can leave and join at 6 for your results. Fine. Have you emailed it to me?
Just a second.
Yes, ma'am, probably.
Give me a second.
Sure. Take your second.
Attach. Not Aryavi, sir, right?
Just due to some family emergencies, no more part of the committee. So.
Oh,
I hope all of you have sent your substantials to me.
I sent it to both of you.
To me as well, right? I have all the substantials.
I sent the recommendation paper.
I haven't received as refresh. Yeah. Good.
Just refresh.
Did you receive it?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
Just a second. Give me a moment, I'll just check out the document. Program. How promoting green transition? How reducing dependence on the solution should be self-sufficient. This is not a solution-oriented document. I am telling you score good in exam. I'm not telling you how to do it, or I'm telling you perform well in the committee, but I'm not telling you what are the procedures how to do it. Would that make any sense?
So should we edit that?
Basically, there are 3 to 5 solutions which are one-liners, are not self-sufficient, are not explaining. So you obviously need to edit them. Kindly work on that. Fine, take 5 more minutes, last 5 minutes, and then send me the correct document.
So
Just, I guess the format is correct. Just do one thing. Just justify the alignment. That is done by selecting the entire point. I guess it is already justified. But yeah, you go there and you justify it, right? So now you edit your document and send it to me. Take 5 minutes.
So promotion of green energy transition.
Just a few more lines.
In schools and in media and all.
We can do that. I think through we can just write creating public awareness amongst
Oh, see, that's not
Actually, we have that right.
We can also write like promotion of green energy transition by shifting towards renewable energy such as solar, wind,
That's basically the same thing.
Yeah, but we haven't written.
No, we haven't written
no,
in that wala point na. So just add it.
Yeah, add it as 22nd.
Promotion of green energy transition by shifting towards non-renewable energy.
Towards
renewable energy such as solar, wind, solar, geothermal, and hydro energy instead of using fossil fuels.
Right.
It's okay, it's like same only.
Yeah, the third point. What should we write in the third point then?
We didn't write how in the first point either.
Yeah, wait a second.
Not specific.
The third one, maybe we should cut it now because you have included it in the first point. So cut the third point.
Reduce the dependence on fossil fuels. Sorry.
Yeah, cut it.
Cut it. It's a very short.
This is good.
Yeah.
Any other point which was one-liner?
Yeah, I think the last one, the country policy one.
Overpopulation should be kept in check.
12th one.
No, overpopulation should be kept in check is okay, na? It's complete in one sentence.
Yes.
Energy
No, it's better to change
Regularly
it.
kept in check.
We can
Should be regularly kept in check.
Does this work?
It should be regularly kept in check by blah blah blah.
By having laws against it.
It should be regularly kept in check.
Or we can also write it should be
Regularly, it
kept
doesn't
in
make
check
sense.
so that the dependency.
We don't have to give a
we can write this can also lead to a less consumption or balance of consumption of energy resources.
I don't think we have to give the reason, we have to give the solution. That's not.
Yeah, it's okay, I guess. Now it's fine.
But actually,
Use
this is
energy efficient product.
Yeah, we have to
Give
change
examples.
that.
Solar cookers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just remove this one because you have the 11th.
Yeah, we have the 11th one. This cut
Yeah,
it.
so you
No,
can
it's
cut
okay,
it.
right? Use energy efficient products. It's
Oh, but
okay. It's
we
complete
have-
in one sentence only.
But we have to.
What do
write
we
an
have
example.
to use? We have to use energy efficient products.
We don't need to elaborate more on that point.
Yeah,
No,
it's
don't
okay.
take
It's like
time.
self-sufficient in one line or one or two lines.
Meaningful also. Keep it.
No, it's okay.
Or we can
Not-
write as it's
Yeah,
it helps
use
in sustainable development.
energy efficient products.
Yeah, this
As
one,
more
this much is
reliable.
fine. Delegate.
You can write use energy efficient product as they are more reliable, greener, and safer.
Greener or
Reliable,
Greener.
Maybe they help
Greener.
in sustainable
Reliable
development.
and safe is also.
reliable covers all of that.
Okay, it's fine then.
leave it that way.
Yeah, let's go down now.
Beyond it.
I guess that these all points are fine. These are really.
Just hold on to the end.
Yeah, these
These
no,
all
these-
are great.
Yeah,
Nice.
these are-
Yeah.
These
This
points
can
are
implement
good
the carbon.
enough.
Now resend it to the chair.
Yeah,
Just
Just
save
let's
it,
see
na? Just save it.
yeah,
19th one.
countries can
yeah,
introduce
that one only, the
policies.
last one. Probably we can say
No,
like
it's okay, na? What do we have to introduce and to
Against the
save our
harmful use
environment? Yeah.
the use of
Same. No, it's the
and
same as
exhaust.
the first or second one only.
yeah, now mail it to ma'am.
Non-renewable energy sources.
The same.
Against the use of non-renewable energy
Nah, it's
sources.
okay. It's okay.
So,
Yeah, just
Sir,
save
send
it.
it to ma'am
So
now.
and just move it. Yeah.
saved
You have to
sentence.
write this
We don't have to write the page number, right? Like
You don't have to
below it.
write the page number.
Yeah, but at the end we have to write something 00.
Yeah, the zero,
I
zero.
added that.
The slash one.
So it's fine. Just save it, I guess.
Uh,
Ma'am, we have edited. So can you please check it again?
Is it resend?
sendings. Sent.
Give me a second.
Yes.
Okay, as it is a unanimous document, so we would not have a voting on this, right? Because the entire committee has made it together. Just a second, let me just check it then. So what we can do is we can have reading of the same, right? So any one of you can start and then others can raise their hands. I'll recognize you all can read 2 points each. There are total 20 points, yeah, 2 each, I guess. And at the end, few people will read one only. Japan start.
Yes, Chair. Promotion of agenda combating the global energy crisis in a sustainable manner. First, promotion of green energy transition by shifting towards renewable energy such as wind, solar, geothermal, and hydro energy instead of consuming non-renewable resources. Second, government should introduce policies which would help provide clean and green energy to all parts, including rural areas. This is the only way to provide access to energy to all people throughout the world.
Okay, thank you. Next, Germany, go ahead.
Spread awareness among the youth about the controlled use of energy and motivate them to innovative new techniques for energy conservation and conversion. Fourth point, school should include sustainable development, impact of carbon emission, energy crisis, climatic change, etc. in the syllabus, or as an activity for creating awareness such as issues amongst youth.
Sure, go ahead.
Regular checks should be conducted in all areas of the country to ensure that there are no leaks and prevent any wastage of resources. Aviation industries can adopt to liquid hydrogen, which reduce emissions to zero, and the automobile industry should aim to promote and manufacture more electric vehicles.
Energy simulation software can be used by big corporates and corporations to redesign the building unit and reduce running business energy costs. Engineers, architects, and designers could use this design to come up with most energy efficient buildings and reduce the carbon footprint. The green revolution to reduce the effects of pollution occurring because of combustion of fossil fuels as wood is the best in absorbing the carbon emissions.
Right. Next, Finland, go ahead.
Overpopulation should be kept in check by having laws against it. The 10th point, countries which are surrounded by water or have an abundance of water resources need to start generating more amounts of hydro energy, considering it is a major renewable energy resource.
Right. Next, Israel, go ahead.
Yes, ma'am. Another solution would be to replace traditional bulbs with CFLs and LEDs. They use fewer volts of electricity and
This is
last
a big
longer.
point. Yeah.
If millions of people across the globe use LEDs and CLFs for residential and commercial purposes, the demand for energy can go down and use and energy crisis can be avoided. Use energy efficient products as they are more reliable.
1 point, just 1 point. Right. Finland, go ahead. Finland, you were done, right?
Oh, yes, sir.
Yeah, please go down your hand.
Oh, yeah.
China, go ahead.
We all need to consume less energy by improving and modernizing energy infrastructure such as smart grid solutions and smart cities.
Thank you. UAE, go ahead. Nations can implement.
Nations can implement the carbon tax for reducing the carbon emissions. A carbon tax directly sets a price on it by defining a tax rate on greenhouse gas emissions, or more commonly on the carbon content of fossil fuels, using lightning.
Thank you. You're not audible that well for some reason. Australia, read the next 1 point.
Using lightning controls, present lightning controls, slide lightning, touch dimers, integrated lightning controls are few of the lightning controls that can help to conserve energy and reduce overall listening control.
Thank you. USA, read the 16th point.
The number of electric vehicle production should be increased with the EVs being sold at a cheaper price, which leads towards a clean energy in an affordable price. Hydrogen running cars can also be used as they do not upgrading our countries with more renewable energy
That's all.
and
This
increasing
one.
the
Chalo,
research
keep
on the topic.
Yeah. UAE, read the 18th point.
The infrastructures of the industries should be improved so that there are less industrial accidents and more production of energy with safe jobs for the people working in the industries.
Right. Australia have read at least 1 point, right? Yeah. Norway, go ahead.
Countries can introduce several policies against the use of non-renewable energy, which will help us our environment.
Right. Israel,
Nations.
read the last one.
Yes, ma'am. Nations should keep in mind the effects of energy crisis on the world before taking various violent actions such as war, cutting off supplies to other nations, etc.
Right. Thank you very much. The document is fine. Congratulations on submitting a document. Now we'll be looking forward for motion of adjournment. Are there any motions on the floor? If you don't know how to raise the motion, I'll help you out with it. Not Finland, raise the motion, please.
The delegate of Republic of Finland would like to adjourn the debate.
Adjourn the committee session until further notice.
Okay. Sorry, can you repeat?
Adjourn the committee session until further notice.
The delegate of Republic of Finland would like to adjourn the committee session until further report, right?
Right. Thank you. The motion is in order. Delegates in favor may raise their hands now. This motion passes. Right now, I would request everybody to turn on their videos because we need to take few pictures to give it to the secretariat. Then we'll have a word. Everybody, very quickly. US has not turned on. International press member, please turn on your video as well. I know you're from the IP, but then why you be spared out? Has everybody turned on their video? I'll do so, and then I'll take a two. So I hope so we all can smile. It was a good comedy, right? Just a second. I have to save every screenshot after sending it. If secretariat members could turn on their video as well. Okay, they're not. It's fine. Delegates, did you enjoy the committee? Unmute and speak up.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
It was great.
Yes.
First time.
Ma'am, it was awesome.
So all those who were having the first time, you are lucky that I was in my lenient mood. Otherwise, if I would have been the strict chair, all of you would have actually, lost a lot of privileges that you were given in the committee. I've just done full screen once. I'll just take another screenshot. Journalist is also there. He has also been working hard. He has been hearing you guys out, hearing me scolding you guys and writing it all down, and he'll grill you in the closing ceremony with his questions. I hope journalists, you have taken note of the claims that the committee has made.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So I'm expecting good questions. So guys, can we have a virtual round of applause for all of you because you've done a great job in the committee. Right. Also, another thanks to the secretariat members and also the press members, considering they have also, helped us out a lot. Press member has been noting it down, and the secretariat members were actually screen sharing all the time. And honestly speaking, it's a very boring and very, hard job because it requires your attention at all times. You cannot start time a little late. So we should appreciate them for that. Right, that is, I'm super happy about how they are working. Right now, coming to a committee feedback, which I often give to my delegates. Right, so just come to that. Let me save another screenshot that I've taken. Oh my god! Whenever you, clap, the screenshot doesn't come. I don't know for some reason, but okay, that's fine. Right. So talking about the committee, I know that most of you are first timers in here, but honestly speaking, I did not feel like that. A lot of people who even had experience and a lot of people who did not have experience. Most of you were competing on a very same level, right? What I felt was that you all are people who have research, you have knowledge, but you do not know how to present it in a right way in a model United Nations. If this would have been a debate competition, you all are doing pretty good. But if I consider it from the lens of a model United Nations simulation, in that case, I believe we all were lacking somewhere. We were not able to meet the requirements. I had to push you all, you send me tips, you participate in lobbying, you ask questions. Right? If we wouldn't have done that, most of you wouldn't have asked these questions, and a lot of criteria in your mark sheet would have been blank. So these are certain things that you need to take care of, right? From wherever now, whatever will be your next conference, wherever you go, make sure that you do not give executive board even one single column where you do not get any marks, because every point matters. Honestly, I'm telling you, I have lost committees with not 0.2, with 0.02, and which is very less of a difference, less than even 0.1, right? So this happens in competitive committee. and also learn to compete. I respect you being cooperative, but competitiveness should be there. As at the end of the day, it's a healthy competition. Right. Now about your speeches. I told you information on the internet is same for everybody. Where we vary is the analysis. A lot of you were just simply quoting facts from the internet. Few of you even gave me great analysis. I would not deny that. But most of you were not able to reach to that level. Also, most of you were just talking about your country. Now understand one thing. When you are sitting in a international forum, basically, right, a global forum, and you are just talking about your own country, you're not looking at the issue with a global perspective, then is your debate adding on to the issues in hand? It is not. Right. So this is what you need to work upon, that you are not biased towards your own country and you just don't keep on talking about your own country. Rather, you incorporate a global perspective. Right. We know that there has been a debate going on in developed and developing countries with respect to the emission, if you all know, if anybody has heard. On the basically, there is a debate between developed, developing, these developed nations when it comes to putting restrictions on carbon emissions, right? So basically, that wasn't highlighted in the committee. There were a lot of important things that could have been highlighted. There is one island that is being created in Denmark. Denmark, if I'm right on that.
Yeah, the artificial energy island.
Right, right. So these, if some other country is doing something good, which you feel can help at large, you can also take reference of it. For example, if I'm sitting in a women committee and I look at policy of Namibia, that is zebra policy, right? And I feel that is very nice of a policy. Even if I am delegate of, let's say, Norway, I would still recommend on that policy, because I know that here I'm not sitting to just boast of my country. I'm sitting to find solution to global issues in hand, right? So debate with that perspective. Fine, structureize your speech. That is very important. That you give a structure. A lot of people have information, but they do not know how to structureize it. That okay, we have started with an issue, we analyze it, we give a analysis for it, then we give solutions for it, and then we conclude our entire argument. Right. So there are different ways how you structureize your statement. Try or one. Okay. Now talking about good points is that most of you were participative in the verbal debate. Speeches mein to everybody, I guess, spoke all the speeches except two people. They missed on one speech each, right? In POIs also, most of you were participative except two people. They missed on asking POI. They did not ask, right? So that was the good part. In written submissions, you were slightly lazy, right? But it's okay. It was first time in for a lot of you. So for that, you've done a great job. Honestly, you all have a really bright future. I always tell it to people that the only way to be the best delegate is to be the delegate. That means the only way to do something good is to do something at first place. Right. So you have taken a step, you have done it. Right. Now, if you keep doing it, one day definitely will all be best delegates in your respective committees. Right. But just because of you not getting a vote in one committee or you not getting desired a vote in one committee, make sure you do not leave on money, right? Because this has been life changer for a lot of people, me personally. So I was one of those person nobody knew. Honestly, in the classroom, that one girl who sat in the corner and nobody knew. Used to just talk to her five friends and leave. Now I have trained students. A lot of people know me and everything. That's a separate story. I'm not here to put in front of you my achievements. But then it has helped me a lot with life, and it will help you as well. So keep doing it because it is the right thing. Instead of wasting time on a video game or playing PUBG or playing Among Us, you can rather spend some time in researching, knowing something new. Even if you don't, let's say you don't win today, fine. I hope the best one wins, but let's say you don't win today. Tomorrow, if you find somebody sitting and talking about energy crisis or talking about Russia, Ukraine war, you will be somebody who will be contributing to that discussion. This is a temporary win. You being smart with your life is a permanent win, right? And you are getting that. So the purpose is served. So that's all. I've given you a lot of lectures throughout the committee. I'm sorry about boring you people, right? We hope you enjoyed it. I'm definitely looking forward to meet you all in offline conferences. If you ever turn up to Delhi, give me a call. I'll definitely, plan to meet you Yeah, Denmark, you're willing to say something?
No, no, I was just surprised you live in Delhi.
I believe none of you is in Delhi, right? Yeah. So if you ever visit for any offline MUN, or if I visit to, you stay in Pune, right? You all are from Pune. I visit for any offline MUN, will definitely plan this UNEP meet. Okay. Not commission of UNEP. You just UNEP meet. Right. So that's all. Kush, do we have you? Do you have any feedbacks? Anything you want me to improve upon? Obviously, there's always a room for improvement. Any other feedback? Anything you liked? Anything you didn't like? Anyone? No feedback for the committee.
The everything was really good.
Everything was fun. It's like you were interactive,
was
fun,
really
your first
informative.
honest.
One by one.
Yes.
Yeah, just that the delegations, like whatever country we got, could have been given to us a little earlier by the management committee. Like we just got it 1-2 days before. So then we had to prepare like in the night and everything. So
okay.
Half of us didn't even
take care of it. They'll take care of it. You can give me feedback for the executive board because that you can give in the secret feedback session. Fine. Any other feedback?
It was fun, like considering it was the first time, I thought we were scared, but you were interactive and all. It was fun.
Yes. Israel?
Ma'am, this is personally my first time in MUN. It was really good. Like whenever there's another MUN, I'll surely take part in it.
Anybody else? Okay. Japan seems to be little annoyed. Japan, what did we do? Where did we go wrong?
No, ma'am. It was nice. It was my first MUN. During my first speeches, I was shivering, but today I was a little confident, more confident.
Good. You did well. You all did well. Yes, Finland.
Yeah, like in this MUN was really good, really interactive session. Like in my previous MUN, I think no one actually interacted. It's like the whole screen was blank throughout the day. But in this, I like after seeing everyone, I didn't think that they were like first timers. It was a
Right.
really
I second you on that.
Yeah,
I
ma'am.
did not
Actually,
see it.
Plus, the delegates were also friendly. Like it was fun interacting with them.
in my previous MUN, no one interacted so much. Like people just gave speeches and speeches and speeches. Like there was nothing kind of what you call as interaction, which we had in this Wala MUN. So it was really good.
Okay, that's wonderful. I'll just call the secretariat members. They'll take the feedback. I'll also go and prepare your results. I'll check out where did you go wrong with your chips. Just give me a moment. Kush, please come to the committee to take feedback.
Yeah, by that time, I would everyone to turn on your cameras. I'm taking a screenshot of your team. So let the committee photo be there. Turn on your cameras with a nice smile. Position yourself. In 3, 2, and 1. Kashish, please join.
Yes, Mama. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you are the core over here. We cannot take a photo without you. All right. So smile. Yeah. Pavni. Nice. Thank you so much. Carry on, please.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, we are done with the committee. We are waiting for the secretary to take the feedback.
He'll be in soon.
We are here, Kashish.
Okay, ma'am. Then I'll take your leave. All the best, everybody. Whatever the results are, you all are really good delegates and you have a really bright future. So don't get disheartened with whatever the words are. Fine, keep money. Keep, if any time in life you need my help, feel free to reach out. You all have my number, right? Thank you. Bye. Have a great day. Thank you, ma'am, for having me.
Actually, this
Can we have a round of
Thank you,
applause for the
ma'am.
secretary?
Thank you, ma'am.
Once again. I know I asked them to do it a lot, but then they deserve it.
Actually, we're going to take everybody's leave now. Feedback would be in the closing ceremony.
Sorry?
Feedback would be in the closing ceremony. So it's a leave for everybody.
Okay, all of okay, sure. Right. So thank you guys. Have a great day. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you,
Thank you,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Thanks a lot, ma'am.
Kashish, have you told them what time they have to rejoin the closing ceremony?
You have the closing ceremony at 6, everybody.
No, everyone will have to join at 5:50, 5:50.
Okay, join at 5:50. The ceremony will begin at 6, but then they'll close the entries. So join at 5:50.
Unfortunately, your chair board will be present.
So I'll try to be.
Yes, actually, it is an unfortunate thing that you won't be there to declare the results.
I am trying to manage it out. So I'll let you know in a while.
Yeah,
Right.
please, we would love
Thank
to
you.
have